We can install Python through downloading from this website. So Node.js automatically installs Python also as a dependency. So we will see if Python is available in my machine. If I type Python version, it gives me the Python version. If it's not available, then it will unknown command. It will give this kind of error. So like we have npm for Node.js, we also have a package manager for Python also. That is called pip. Pip is a package manager for Python. So let's go into Python and see the syntax, basic syntax of Python. First thing, you can execute Python scripts in two ways. You can write code within the Python interpreter REPL. REPL means read, evaluate, print loop. So when I invoke Python command here and enter it, it will go into Python shell. So this actually opens up Python interpreter and gives you control. So whatever you type down here, it will immediately interpret that and convert into machine code and displays the results, executes and displays the results. Let's say I will type print. This is a simple hello world. Let me enter. And this instruction has resulted in this output. So let me declare a variable a as 101. So Python is a dynamic language. We don't have to declare the type of the variable. So in traditional C and C++, you would have to declare what is the data type of this variable a. So dynamically, the Python interpreter will figure out what's the data type of a based on the value assigned to it. Because we have assigned 101 to a, it will automatically make the data type of variable a as integer, the Python interpreter. So let me print it. This instruction just assigns 101 to the variable a. So if I want to display that variable, I will do print a, gives the print statement. So this is one way of executing Python code. Let's say like each and every line, if you want to see interactively, interact with the Python interpreter, you can do it this way. And normally we don't use it in this format. This is only for experimental purposes and see, okay, what's the library to use and what kind of command to use, what kind of method to use. For testing that in local, we will use this kind of approach. Whereas traditional way, we actually create a file and execute that file. Let me go create a file in desktop. In Windows, we have Notepad, right? This is a simple text editor. You have an advanced text editor that you can install, Notepad++. If you install Notepad++, all syntax highlighting and Python or all major languages is supported by this tool. So in plain old Notepad, you won't see the highlights of the text that you type. If you are using Python syntax or Node.js syntax, it won't highlight. So if you use Notepad++, it will highlight. Let me show you how that works. If I open Notepad++, this is here. So this file, I'm going to save it as, let's say, I'll just to print hello world. I have not saved this file yet. It is not highlighting anything here. The moment I save it, and instead of normal text, we'll select all types. And this one, I'll make it as example.py. .py extension is for Python. This means this file has Python code in it. Let me save this. Okay. I'll just go to desktop and save it. So the moment I saved it, it highlighted the print statement. This actually highlights the syntax of Python. Print is a keyword in Python, that's why it's in this color. and hello world as is an argument to this function. That's why it's in this color. So this is the advantage of using Notepad++. So moving on, we have hello world. How do I execute this script? Let me go here and open. It's in desktop. So I'm in C user Dell folder. I'll go to desktop. There is something called example.py. How do I execute it? Is through this way, Python example.py. Whatever statements I wrote here, it will get executed and the output is displayed here. The same thing applies to graphical programs also. If you had implemented a graphics interface through code in Python, when the moment you invoke this command, it will open that graphical interface. So as I've written only the console print statements, it's only printing here. Okay, apart from this, there are control structures in Python. So let's say I have a variable called a, which is 5, value 5. If I want to display something based on a certain condition, I can use if conditions, else conditions. Control blocks we can use. If a is greater than 5, I want to display some text. So any nested logic should go in an indented fashion. So if I'm executing if condition, it should be indented. Whatever code I want to execute upon this condition should go in one indentation level to the right. Let me go print this. A is greater than 5. So if a is greater than 5, this statement gets executed and this statement gets printed. There is one more keyword called elif. Elif means if not this, and check again. One more condition I need to put, a less than 5, print a is less than 5. And if all these conditions fail, I will have an else block here. This says a is neither greater than 5 or less than 5. So if none of these above conditions, we can have actually stack up any number of else if blocks. Elif a less than 6, print, or like, yeah, this is also a good example. A is less than 6. Or you can stack up elif blocks any number of times. The last else will be like, if none of these conditions are satisfied, this statement gets executed. Let me run this code. Now a is greater than 5 and a is less than 6, right? A is not greater than 5. This condition will fail and this condition also fails. It's not less than 5. A is less than 6. This condition is satisfied, will be satisfied. Let's see if that works now. A is less than 6 is getting printed. That means this condition is getting satisfied. So I'll just remove this condition and put only 1. Let's rerun it. A is neither greater than 5 nor less than 5. This is how conditional execution works in Python. Similarly, there are control structures. This is control structures. There are looping statements. Let's say we have while loop and for loop in Python. So let's see how while loop works. While true, print hello. This is an infinite loop, meaning it continuously runs without any break. Let's run and see what it shows. It keeps on printing hello here. For introducing a delay, let me import a package called time. Here, time dot sleep. I'll put sleep 1 second. So every time this statement gets executed, the code will sleep for 1 second and then repeat. Let's run it again. Hello, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Every second it will print 1. While we are at it, so there are two boolean values in Python, which is true is one boolean and false is one boolean. So if I want to print what these types are, I'll just comment out. So in Python, you can comment out lines with a starting hash symbol. So if you comment out that line, this line will not get executed. These three lines will not get executed. I will just print true. And I want to know what is the type of this true value. I'll just do type. I will comment out this part. Run it. So this gives me the class value boolean. So I also need to, if I want to see name of the class, I can do dot name. Okay, 1 second. Underscore name. Yes, yeah. So it is a boolean. And next thing is we have a while loop here. Let's just say I will initialize a value to 0, a value to 0, and while I'll put a condition a less than 10, I want to loop print a. Let's remove this and print it again. Print a and time dot sleep 1 second. So every time this loops, a will be printed, but it continues forever because we are not doing anything to value of a. A's value will always be 0 and it will always be less than 10. So it continuously executes, keeps on executing without changing the value. For this, what we need to do to avoid that, I need to increment a by 1. A equals a plus 1. There is one more shortcut to this type of operation. It's equivalent to say a plus equal to 1 actually means a equal to a plus 1. These two lines are same. So this is a shortcut to having this way of representation of addition, incrementing the value. So a plus equals 1 means increment a by 1. Let's go run it. So this time it will execute till 9 because this condition, as long as this condition is true, all the lines of this and this block gets executed. If this is false, it will not go inside this block. So as long as a is less than 10, these things will get executed and prints will happen. If a becomes at least 10, then this condition will be false. That means it will not go inside this. Let's execute. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7, 9. After 9, it got exited. The program got exited because this loop ended. What if in the middle of execution, I want to break on certain condition? How do I do that? How do you exit from the loop? So that is through if, let's say, a equal to 5. So here note that double equal to is used. If I use single equal to, it is an assignment, whereas double equals means it is a comparison. Is this a equal to 5 or not? If I go to Python shell. I will initialize a to 5. A double equals 5 means whether it is true or not. It is a equal to 5. A is already 5. That is, we are comparing whether we are asking the Python interpreter to check if a's value is equal to 5 or not. This is the equal to comparison. If I just say a equals 6, it will be false. Means 5 is not equal to 6. Yeah. So if a is 5, I will break out of the loop. Let me run this code. As soon as a became 5, it got exited. Let's say I don't want to print 5 only. I want to skip the value 5 now. Or I want to skip printing a if it is 5. Let's put this 5 here. Now 5 will not get printed. Okay, if it's 5, it will break. So what if I want to skip 5? If when a equal to 5, I want to skip that loop and continue with the next iteration. Let's just go to break and replace it with continue. Let's rerun. 2, 3, 4, 5 did not get printed because we are doing a continue statement here. If it is equal to 5, just continue with the next iteration. Don't continue the code that is below it. So it's not printing this line because we have met this condition and looping through the next item. So while loop is one looping mechanism. Similarly, there is something called for loop. I'll just write the code and then delete the old code. So for loop syntax is for a in range 0, 10. What this does is this for loop will get repeated. Let's say I'll just print a here. What this does is for every value in the range 0 to 10, execute these lines that are in this indentation level in this block. So it will first assign value 0 to a until all the way till 9. Actually, this is an excluded number. So this range function will iterate through 0 till 10, but not including 10. So let's figure out, let's print and see what it uses. So I will comment out previous lines of code. I'll execute only this part. Let's see. It has printed 0 to 9 because 10 is excluded. This is out of scope. If I put 11 and execute again, it will print 10. So the range function will only take the one less than the last number that we specified. That's about ranges, how to use range. This is basic syntax of Python. So let's say I will initialize A to an array and B to a dictionary. I'll just move this as B as 1, 2, 3. Or C I'll initialize as a dictionary. So dictionary looks like this. A is the key and value can be anything. I'll put an integer here and B I'll put it as a string. my string, C as Boolean, D as floating point number. Let's print both of them. Print A, print B, print C. So it's displaying correctly. So how do I iterate through all these arrays? I can do one thing for item. So this can be anything, any name, A or B or C. You can give any name to it. For item in A, print item. This will only print items from a list. This is list or array. This is dictionary. Let's run this code. It's printing 1, 2, 3. These items. We'll use the same with list B. It gives those numbers. Let's see with C what that gives. This is giving only the keys A, B, C, D. So let's do one thing. C has, dictionary has a function called items. Let's try to run those. It's a function. We should call it like this. So when I call items, it will give it as a tuple. So you can extract tuples like this. These are the tuples. When I invoke items function, each key value pair is returned as a tuple. So the same thing, if I want to extract tuple key comma value, this is how I can extract a tuple into two variables. Key and value will get A and 1 in the first scenario. Let me print key. This is one way to print it, or if you want to use variables inside strings, you can actually have formatting involved. So if I use F key before the string print, I can use the values inside the quotations like this. If I use key, it will print as key. Similarly, I'll use value as value. This actually can be anything. Key need not match. It can be any string. Let me run. Now it's displaying these two also. Let me comment out this so that it will be clear. So key is this, value is this, key is this, value is this. This is how we extract items from a dictionary. Similarly, if I just say, I'll just comment out this part. And just print C dot keys. Let me have this prints. It's giving only the keys. A, B, C, D are the keys here. And these are the values. Let's see if we have a values function. All the values will be displayed as an array in its own order. So that's about the basic functionality of Python. Any complex logic can be built around these core concepts. Now, Python, this is a global Python installation. So this is for my entire system. Okay. So for my entire operating system, this is the only Python I have, Python version. So there are instances where you will have to have multiple Python environments for different projects. The reason for that is when I install a package, let's say we had npm install packages in the previous sessions, right? Similarly, we would install pip install whatever package you want to install like that. So when you keep adding packages, if you keep adding it to the global installation of Python, one package might conflict with another package. So because of that, there will be broken consistencies, broken dependencies, and also it is insecure to install unknown packages to the global environment. For that reasons, Python has introduced a module called virtual environments. So like it is like creating multiple Python installations within your single installation. So now I have globally, if I do a pip list, it will give me all the packages that are installed globally in my system. This is globally all users. This is for Python installation on my native operating system. These are all the packages I installed globally. So there are instances where you wouldn't want global packages to be used. For that, we will have to create virtual environments. For creating a virtual Python environment, we have to use module venv. Venv stands for virtual environment. My env, okay. This accepts a path. So in the current folder, I'm going to create a new directory that will be used as a base path for the new virtual environment. So I'm going to give my env1. So see here, the prompt is starting with PS like this. There is some significance here. Once I create this, my env1 folder gets created in this current folder. It's getting set up. Now, if I do list, my env1 is created. This is a virtual environment for Python. So I have not activated this environment yet. I'm still going to, if I invoke Python, it's still going to use my global installation in the operating system only. Once I activate this environment, then it will do something else. As you can see here, this prompt, please keep note of this. Let's go inside my env1 and see what all files are there. It has include lib scripts. If I go to lib and see, there is a side packages. One more thing called pip is installed in this particular directory. Let's go back. And there is something called scripts directory in which we have activate.ps1. So in Linux, you will have activate.sh files or activate itself. This script itself will be used in Linux and Bash. So I'll use activate.ps1. If you can see here, this is the prompt currently. Once I activate this environment, let's see what happens. It entered into my env1 virtual environment. So now Python will run only whatever is installed in this particular directory. That's the only thing it knows about. It cannot access the global Python packages. Let's say if I go do pip list now, it will show me only pip. So in my global instance, there are like 10 other packages installed, but it's not showing that because this folder, this virtual environment only has this package. Let's say now I will install pip install. Before doing that, I want to open one more terminal, run PowerShell. So if I do pip list here, this is global packages. This is globally all these are installed. And in this environment, only pip is installed. Now let me install Django. Now Django is installed. Let me do pip list now. It shows Django, and along with that, other dependency packages that are required by Django package. Let's go see the global packages. There is no change. So the Django package got installed only in this environment. Let's go back and see the site packages in the lib directory. The Django package is installed within the site packages of this particular environment. So if you see here, Django, all this is installed in here only. It's not installed in global. So this is how you isolate different environments. If you want to have multiple environments, you can create multiple environments. Python -m-v-env, any env name you can give, and this will create a new environment, and you can activate by going through the scripts folder and then activate .sh or ps1 file. Okay. So far we have seen basics of Python, how to write basic code in Python. We have seen threads and process, and most of the times our several programs will run in threads. Any request that comes to the server will spawn a new thread and run the application logic in that thread. But that is all abstracted away by the frameworks that we use. So for us to experiment with the REST APIs, we already know that REST has equivalents for CRUD operations. So a brief introduction of CRUD and verbs like get, post, put, delete, options, head. All these have been discussed already. So today we are going to implement these verbs in a simple framework called Fast API. So let's try to use that Fast API. Let me install Fast API. So this is a simple framework. So compared to Django, Fast API is a lightweight API which only gives API functionality, whereas Django is a full stack framework. It allows us to have templates, rendering, UI logic, and database integration and everything. Fast API only gives the bare minimum functionality required for implementing REST APIs. It doesn't give any ORMs like Django does. So first let's explore Fast API, then we will dig into Django and implement full stack applications on Django. For now, I have installed Fast API here. Let's create a new program called server.py. So if I installed it correctly, Fast API should come in the terminal. So it's use Fast API. Let's run this. So all the dependent packages, it did not install if I used just the Fast API. If I use standard, it's going to install all dependencies. It depends on the package which we are using. Okay, Fast API is now available as a command line utility. So now let's try creating a new program. So from Fast API, import Fast API. Just like Express, we will just import Fast API and we can initialize an application with Fast API like this. And let's run this application. This just initialized an application. It doesn't serve any URLs or any requests as of now. Let's try running this server if it works. Fast API run server.py. This is a production server. It runs in production mode. So we can reach to this server with 8000 port on the local host. Let me open a new tab and present. Local host 8000. So no APIs have been served so far. Its server is running. So also one more thing I get by default with Fast API is the documentation for the APIs that we write. If you go to docs, all of the APIs that we write will come here. It's a UI for experimenting with the APIs without using the Postman. We can actually use from here itself. So we haven't written any APIs so far. That's why we are not seeing any APIs. Let's implement a new API, then we will get back to this. So as I'm now creating a new API, so I have run the application in a server production environment. Let's say if I do run means this is actually running in the production environment. So it doesn't automatically refresh the server or restart the server whenever I change the code. If I run it here and let's try creating a new handler for get. So how do I write a get function is through a hand annotation or decorator called get. So the path of that will be specified in here as an argument. And I'll have to write a definition of a function that does the health check. The decorators, we have already discussed about how these decorators work. And this is a built-in decorator that allows us to serve HTTP GET requests on this particular path. So whenever somebody requests /health path from the browser, we'll have to return something. So I'm giving some none here, nothing, empty. Let's try accessing the server, but it did not restart. So if you see here, the server did not restart. If I go access the server URL now, it doesn't have that because we haven't restarted the server. Not found. So it's a default error that is giving that the Fast API is giving. It's not able to find that path because we haven't restarted after changing the code. Let's restart the server, or there is one better way to do it. If I'm in the development mode, I can run the dev server so that every time I change the code, it will automatically restart the server. Let's cancel this process. Let's run the Fast API server in dev mode. We can run the dev server with dev like this. So now let's go back to the browser. Refresh. Error is null. Okay. Now I'm going to change the code to return something apart from error. This time I don't have to restart the server because I'm running a dev server, which automatically takes care of restarting the server whenever I change something. Let's change this thing to message. I'm up and running. If you see this, this is actually called JSON. We already had a brief introduction to JSON. This is actually going to be an object that's converted into JSON and sent into the browser. So if you see here, the server application has restarted. Let's try to go back to the browser and check the status. So message is coming and error is null. Okay. Now it's time to have some more advanced things. Now we have run it in a development environment. In production, how do we run this in production? There is a server called UVCon server, which we'll be discussing in some time. Let's have some APIs that are asynchronous. Let's say this is actually a synchronous process. If there is some operation that reads files or writes into some files, and we would have to do some complex operations. Let's say if a server is required to do some complex operations, it requires time, right? So for that, we will have to use asynchronous operations, just like in Express, we have async await. We also have the similar functionality in Python using async IO. Let's use those async IO functionality. And as I've mentioned earlier, so if not as a server like this, we can actually run this server directly, server.py directly. If I have some code, a metadata code, if I write here, just like we had earlier, if the name is equal to main, I can actually load a server component. Basically, what Fast API terminal command is doing, what this is doing is it's starting a UVCon server. UVCon is a package or a server, HTTP server implemented in Python. So same thing, we can import and use it directly. Instead of relying on Fast API's CLI, we can import UVCon and start the server ourselves directly by executing server.py. Here UVCon dot run the application. This way we don't have to use Fast API utility or CLI. We can directly execute server.py. It will start the server. Fast API import. Okay. It's unable to find the path. Let's not have this. We'll revisit this in some time. So now it's time to go back to the async IO. How do we handle, let's say I have a large program or complex set of instructions that takes time to calculate. How do I handle that kind of scenario? Let's simulate that scenario with sleep, time.sleep. So let's import time module. Let's implement a new handler called normal system sleep. Let's just sleep for 1 second here. Time.sleep. Return error as null. Let's handle this with app.get sleep system. Okay, this is normal way to sleep while accessing an API. Basically, this sleep I have introduced only to introduce a delay. Apart from this, we can also implement the same logic with an asynchronous mode. That is through declaring this function as asynchronous. System sleep, if I'm going here, instead of system sleep, if I do time.sleep here, basically what it does, so this actually uses a special library called async.io, which blocks the system from doing any other operation. If I try to access this API, let's just copy this get decorator to use async system. If I access this API now, this will sleep for 1 second. Let's add it. And all the threads will be blocked. If I am using asynchronous handler before, this will block all the system activity on this particular endpoint. If anybody accessing 100 times the same API will be waiting for the API to complete, for the first process to complete. So after the first process is completed, then the next thing will get served. It's like serializing the threads. So when we did not use threads, it was serializing every time, right? Every request was executing one by one. So that is what this will achieve. And if I do the same thing, just a little bit different, asynchronous IO. This time I'm going to do asynchronous IO. Instead of using time sleep, so because this is a system library, this will hold off the system's activity till all the asynchronous operations are completed. So instead of using this, if I do await and use async IO sleep, I have to import this async IO. This, what it will do is it doesn't wait on the program or thread to complete before proceeding with the next request. So this thread spawns in a different, this function runs in a different thread, and all the new requests will be spawned independently with new threads. So this is a way to use asynchronous IO operations. Let's run the server. We cannot demonstrate multiple processes running in parallel right now with the browser. Just to know is enough here. So there is something called async IO, which we can use to have asynchronous threads running in the server. That's all we need to know about. So let's write one more handler that uses some dynamic utilities like date time and everything. Let's write an API, info API, app.get info. Let's write a function called info, return a dictionary. This dictionary is going to be serialized into a JSON object. So far we have been hard coding all the values. Now this time we are going to generate new values every time. So let's just say version as 0.1.0. Time, this time I'm going to calculate every time dynamic value. So there is a library called datetime in Python. This gives date time in current date import from date time import date time. This is all we are all using get APIs here. Similar to this, we can have post, put, delete, all that. We will be implementing it shortly. User, let's just say who is actually running this server. If I want to know, there is something called environment in Python. This is a package we should import. Import from OS, import environment. So all the variables set by the system in the current environment will be coming in the environment object. So what's the user that currently is running this server can be known from this. Let's try running this server. Let's run it as fast API dev server.py. Let's go to the browser. So we'll just access the API info. There is some error. Let's go back to the code and see what's the error. If you see the terminal, you can see the errors. Key error. So user variable is not found in the environment. That's the error. This is because we are using the Windows environment. Let's try using home instead of user. Sorry. Home. Let's see if this is going to work. Let's try to access this separately out of this context, server context. Let's create, go into Python, import from OS, import env. If I just print env, okay, now I have home. Let's try. Home is also not found. So what is available? These are all the keys that are available in this Enron dictionary. Number of processors. If I'm executing the same program in Linux, it would work because home and user will be defined. But in Windows, we have to use something else. Home path. Let's use home path. Let's go back here. Okay, it's not going away. Let's run it again. I have to kill this process with task manager. Let me do that. Okay, let's now kill the process again. Now I'm going to start the dev server. Let's go to the browser. Now it's loading info. And same thing, if I go to /docs, Fast API defaultly gives all the experimental UI. So all this, I can actually request the API from here. If I execute, the response will come here. Similarly, if I do this will respond after 1 second, after sleeping for 1 second. And this also does that, but it is going to halt the system for 1 second and then return. This one does asynchronous processing, doesn't wait for the request to complete before spawning a new request. And this one, info, I'm doing a get request. Try it now. What it does when I click on execute is it's going to send this request. If I want to do it from the command line in a Linux terminal, I can copy this command and execute. It's going to do a get request on this endpoint /info endpoint. And the response I got is this JSON. So that's about dynamically generating content from the backend. Now, what about accepting parameters from the URL? Like if we have seen, if you know, so there are some URLs like /logs, let's say start date equals 2025 030 ampersand end date equals 2025 0303. So these are all called URL parameters. How do I accept, like, let's say, based on this URL parameters, I want to dynamically generate content or a database query. If I have to see the logs of the last 3 days or last 2 days based on the start date and end date, how do I accept these parameters from the URL is something that we are going to get to. Let's go back to our code. Let's write some handler called logs handler. Similar to this above thing, we are going to have this decorator for logs. This time we are going to accept 2 parameters, start time and end time. So those things will come as arguments to this function start. So one thing we have to note here, so just like in TypeScript, we can define the data type. Basically, the Python doesn't need to have data types declared by the program. I'll just kill this process 1 second. So Python a equals 5 4. This need not have any declaration about what's the type of a. So we can also define it and not define it. Both ways is allowed. So if I say a colon int 4, this is allowed. This is also allowed, but it's only a hint to the linting program. Linting means it's actually validating whether I'm writing correct code, syntax is correct, all data types are correct or not. ESLint is one such utility, but that will check while you are writing the code, it will check if you have written code correctly. So syntax errors and all will be handled. So we can actually give the hints to the linter so that it validates the code before I compile or execute. So that's, I'm going to use this syntax for hinting my linting program. So this start is going to be, this need not be required, need not, it's not compulsory for the Python to have these annotations, but it doesn't harm adding it. So this start is going to be a datetime object. So Fast API has a built-in functionality to convert strings into datetime objects based on the data that we send in the URL parameters. It will automatically convert into UTC datetime. So start is a datetime and end is also a datetime. These are the parameters that is passed from the URL parameters. And let's have one more thing called level. It's a string. A default one, I will default it to none. So return something, a list of objects. I'll just send the same data back. Start and level. So a trailing comma is not compulsory, but it's better to use a trailing comma. So what this does is whenever I access this URL with the URL parameters, it will read them and add it to this. If I have custom logic to database to a query, do a query to database to retrieve logs in this time range, I can pass in these values. That way it's dynamically generated. The response is dynamically generated. So let's try accessing this API now with our browser. If I refresh this, this will automatically show us that API. Sorry, docs. I have to start the server. Just give me a minute. Fast API dev server.py. Reload. If you see logs, it accepts three parameters. Two are compulsory, start and end, and level is string. So these two came compulsory because we haven't mentioned any defaults to these two arguments. If I go access this, I can do it like this, info/info, start equal, sorry, question mark, start equals 2025-0301, ampersand, and equals 2025-0303, ampersand level info. If I do this, it's giving the same. Sorry, wait a second. It's actually going to the slash API because we have added a default handler for info logs. Sorry. This is going to info. Actually, I need to send it to logs. So now it gives the correct values that I passed here. So same thing I can achieve with this Swagger. This is called Swagger interface. This is a UI to experiment with the values. I can do that with 2025-001, 2025-003. Okay, that's fine. Now, what if I give some wrong data? Something that is not possible. There is a validation by default with this interface. Let's use this here. error. Input is too short. And whatever error happened in the backend, it's throwing to the UI. Let's go back to the server and see what's the error it's showing. But none, it's actually coming from the fast API. While parsing it, it's getting into that error and throwing that back into the UI. But if we see the back, inspect and see, let's see, is it throwing the correct response code or not? If I go inspect this, let's see the network. Let's do another refresh. It's giving a 422 error. Unprocessable content. This is actually being thrown by the fast API while parsing these date strings. So by default, we have the functionality. We don't have to handle this error in the code. So fast API gives that functionality for us. And if I have to have some extra parameters or extra validations, I can add them. Let's add some custom validations to our code. That is through raising exceptions. We can raise exceptions. So let's just do a check if the start time and end time are correct or not. Let's say if start is greater than is end, we will raise an exception, raise HTTP exception. This HTTP exception comes from fast API. Let's import this HTTP exception from fast API. From fast API, import fast API, comma HTTP exception. This exception I'm going to raise here with a message. And status code I'm going to use as HTTP status. This HTTP status also is a library class which we can import with HTTP from HTTP. Import HTTP status. And this has a set of statuses, status codes, just like 404, 403, all that. It's a bad request. Bad request. Similar to this, we will have one more error condition. Let's say log levels, I will, or else if I just say if log level is not in info warning errors, raise another exception, HTTP exception with status code as HTTP status, bad request. Let's say detail as invalid log level. So these are all standard parameters that HTTP exception handles. If you go to fast API documentation, you will find this information, how to use these exceptions and everything. And if, let's say, level equals warning, this I'm just raising an exception just to demonstrate the 404 error also. HTTP exception, status code 404. Let's do status not found. Then so there are three scenarios we are calling. We have to test if start and end date. If I give the same, it will give me a bad request. And let's have a detail here that says do not have both start must be before end. And another one, if I pass a wrong level, it will give an error. And if I pass warning as an info log level, it gives a not found error. Let's try this in the browser. Let's keep this to the side. Logs start date, I'll just give 2024 0301 or 02. Same date I'm going to use in the end. And this should give me an exception. Detail start must be before end. It gave me 400 error, which means a bad request error. This is a bad request, 400. So if I try it here, skip, start must be before end. Error, bad request. Let's try using a level that is not in that critical value. Let's try this. I'll use a valid number here. Invalid log level. This is also a bad request. Let's try warning. Not found. 404. This is how we raise exceptions from the backend API. And what about now? We will look into post requests, which allow us to create new content in the DB or in the server. So I've seen last time that there is Fast API, initializing Fast API with this, just like Express. So we have annotations or these decorators, which will allow us to do GET request or POST request depending on the purpose we are using this API. So whenever this endpoint is called, this function gets called, and whatever this returns will go into the browser, the client response. So we have seen asynchronous handling of requests. Most of the times we won't be needing async unless we are doing some heavy lifting in the backend. So every time we use async, we should ideally be using async IO functions. If not, we should always try to do it this format. So that's about the GET requests. We have seen parameters, URL parameters. The URL parameters are passed like, let's say, the request will come like this: http localhost 3000 logs ? Each of the parameters, URL parameters, will come as a set. Start equals something 2020 50 ampersand means each and every parameter will be separated by an ampersand. And yes, 2025 4 and then ampersand. URL and the parameters will be separated by the question mark, and then each of the parameters is separated by the ampersand. That's how we pass in URL parameters. This is the sample request format, get request, that will do it in the browser. So this is about get requests. So let's look into how the post requests are made. So similar to this get request annotation, we will have something called post, which I'll be using now. I'll create an endpoint. So let's say for recording new sales of an enterprise. So I'll just add something called app.post. The endpoint I'm going to use as sales. And let's define a function, new sale. So this has to accept an object. Basically, what data we accept in the JSON, like whenever I'm sending a post request, what will be there in the body is what we will use it here. So that we have to define as a parameter and has to be an object. So let's say there is a sale object. And in Python, we can also specify an optional parameter. What's the type of this parameter? Let's say if this is an integer, let's say a variable is an integer, x is an integer, then I can actually specify x colon int equals 5. This colon int is not compulsory, but it helps us understand the code better. So this is only a convention, not a compulsory requirement. So now I'm passing sale object, which is type sale, but I haven't defined this sale type yet. I have to define the class sale. So in order to use this sale, I have to define a class sale. I'm just going to do nothing here. This means a sale object, an empty object, no parameters, no attributes are there. But I actually need data to be passed from the body, request body, into this function. So I have to define the actual structure of this document. So in Fast API, any object has to inherit from base model in order to be passed into the post request function. So this base model has to be imported from the Fast API. Fast API has a support library called Pydantic, which is by default installed along with the Fast API. Let's use the Pydantic base model. From Pydantic, import base model. So this base model is what we will be using as a parent class for the sale class. So inside the sale, I'm going to define some set of attributes that I'm going to pass through the request body. Let's say I have at what time the sale happened. This should be at date time. And this is one attribute. And I will have customer ID, which is a string. So this customer ID, I can actually use it, use a field attribute. A field is also a data type that is defined in Pydantic. Let's have import a field also. This is similar to database field. So ultimately what we are going to do with this sale object is that we are going to store it in a database. So that field has to have set of rules or limitations, we can say. So what's the customer ID should have is, let's say, minimum length I should have as 2. So at least it should not be empty. That's what we are trying to impose these rules. What when we define these kind of rules, when it's parsing the data from the request that we post, if there is something wrong with the request, if the body does not match these criteria, it is going to throw an error that you have passed invalid data to the post request. That's the advantage of having pre-validations here. Okay, I have time, customer ID, and I will have one more thing, amount as an integer. That is also a field which is greater than 0. It's an integer. Price is float. Okay, field greater than 0. We can pass price and amount as 0. And that's it. We only need this. So once we have the sale object passed into this, we need to store that somewhere in the DB. Let's say I will have stored it in DB database and then return the response. When I pass a dictionary, it's going to convert that dictionary into JSON response, and then it passes on to the client. So now I'm defining one attribute called, say, ID. So 1, 2, 3, 4, or I'll just say put it as a string. So once we store it in DB, we will actually get an ID. That ID will be passed as the response object. And now, so once this data is stored in DB, and how do I get it? Is through get request. I'm going to define another get request for getting the sales objects. And this one I'm going to pass as ID as an argument, as a URL. Basically, what this defines is, so after sales, if there is a ID that is coming, it will be used as the parameter. So how do I read that parameter? Let's say this one, I will make it as get sale. So I'm going to pass that ID as a parameter here. That's actually going to be a string. And we can also specify what's the return type of this function. So like this. This is a new syntax. This is not all compulsory, but it's helpful to know what's the accepted parameters and what's the return value. This is a special syntax we haven't covered yet. But this is not compulsory. It only helps us understand the code better. So this time, get the data from database. How to retrieve from MongoDB, we will discuss in some time. Storing in DB and retrieving from DB, that we will cover in a later class. For now, let's say I have retrieved the data, something like s equals time is something like data. But now customer ID is a string, so it should be, oh, this is dummy data. I'm sending it to the client. Amount this should be an integer. Minus this should be a floating point number. Okay, now we have the post request body method and get request method. And this time after retrieving, I need to pass that, return that object from the DB. So I haven't retrieved from DB yet. I'm passing a dummy object here. Let's run the server and get it tested. Fast API dev server.py. Let's go to the browser. Localhost 3000 docs. I think something is not. I think the port is 8000. So we have post request and get request. Let's do a post request now. So, but this thing you can actually do it with Postman also. So let's do it, try it out. And it's already defined a sample data for us. I'll just pass this information. 23400 is 2.50. This data, I'll leave it as it is. Execute. And it's successfully executed and given the response as ID 1234. If you go back to the server logs, you can see here the get request and post request came last. Post request went to the sales endpoint, as you can see here. So now let's do a retrieval of the data with the get request. Let's just do one simple validation. I'm going to pass in something like 1234. Let's see if the validation is working. So this is supposed to be a string. I'm passing it as an integer. Let's try it out. Unprocessable content. So response body is giving us input. It should be a valid string. So this validation is automatically happening with our field definitions that we have added. So that's a good sign. Let's do a retrieval of this ID. I'm going to use it as 1234. Execute, get request. We are getting this dummy data that we are passing from the data from the backend server. Now, the same thing can be extracted from MongoDB and fetched into the browser. And post request can similarly store it in the DB. So we have actually made a basic interface that can store and retrieve information. That is basically create and read. So update and delete, similar to create and read, we can have update and delete operations as well. Let's go over simple form. Let's just give me 1 second. Okay, let's create a simple form then. So now we have seen how to do CRUD operations, see and read, create and read operations. Then let's implement a sample user interface to do that only the post request. So how do I actually use this in an actual application? That we will see now. So in order to build UI on top of these requests, we need to use HTML. So before we can use HTML, we need to handle or render the HTML from the server, right? So that we have seen in Express. Let's see how to render an HTML page from within this fast API. Let's create an API, just like previous post request. We are going to do a post request. And I'm going to have a HTML file. Let's say where I'll create a new directory called static, which has all HTML code. This is all template code. So in proper frameworks, we will have templates in Django, in framework like Django. But here we have the flexibility to choose whichever folder we want to do. We want to use as templates folder. So all static resources I'm going to serve from the static directory. So this static directory, I'm going to create a sample HTML file. So I'll just create as HTML called index.html. For now, I'm just going to do hello world. Later, we will build a form that will do the post request to the APIs. So this static folder I need to serve from, but server doesn't know it has to serve this index.html whenever somebody accesses a page. It doesn't know. So we have to actually add that code to the server to be able to serve this. For that, we need to use something called fast API static files. From fast API, it gives a static files middleware from fast API dot static files import static files. This is a middleware that will be useful for serving static files from a specific directory. So after initializing the fast API, I will specify. So if there is a request that comes to an endpoint, static endpoint called /static, and serve the files from the directory static. So whenever somebody accesses static /index.html or just the static, it's going to look for a file within the static directory and serves that file as a response. Let's try running this from browser. Static still mount. Sorry, this is not static. It's actually a mount. Mount means on this path serve the static files from this directory. Let's run this on the browser and check. So this time I'm going to access localhost 8000/static. And by default, when you access static, is actually not running. We have to restart the server. Yes, yet 1 second. Okay, let's try accessing static.html. Okay, now we have it. So, hello everyone, this coming. Now it's time for us to add some HTML form to it so that we can do a post request to the APIs. Let's add some code to this index.html. The first thing we need to do is define a form, or let's say I'll just define some sample HTML template. This is something like a survey form. Let's have something like a form. Basically, what we need is a form element, and the method should be post. These all will be covered when we are covering HTML basics. So this is how you define a simple form in HTML. So what on action specifies on submission of this form, what action needs to be performed is what action specifies, and the method in which the data has to be passed to the server is specified in this method parameter or attribute. So action has to actually go into something like what we defined in here. We don't have a post. We haven't defined the post request method. Let's just try defining one thing called at app.post, something like survey. So this is going to have a function survey. I'll define the parameters later based on the fields that we use in the browser. We'll define these. Let's just simply add this here. So I will use a name, one parameter called name. What's the name? Who is the one submitting the form? Let's have some validations here. There is some library called typing library, which allows us to validate these. Even Pydantic uses that. We can directly use that library from typing import and annotated. This allows us to validate. These are all system libraries that each framework will use its own set of libraries. Pydantic is one that is used by FastAPI most of the times. And typing is a default library that comes from Python. We can use that to validate input data. So let's use a validation called annotated of string and the form. So what this form, where this form comes from is through the FastAPI. So this form element, when I'm accessing this actually is going to retrieve the form's name element. So whenever I submit something to the post request through a form, all that comes from form element. So basically what this means is, so what this means is get this name object from the form that was submitted to this post API So when I'm doing the post request through the Swagger API that I've shown, that's actually sending JSON data as the body. So when I'm submitting through a form in HTML, it's actually going to send by default as a form submission element, form element. It's called multi-part data in HTTP post request. That multi-part data will have to be retrieved from this call. So it retrieves that data and it extracts the name parameter from that data and uses in this. So this is a hint to the fast API server that I need name to be string, and that has to be extracted from the form that is submitted to this survey endpoint. So name I will retrieve for now and just do a print of name here. Okay, let's go to the form, define the endpoint where we need to send it is the slash survey endpoint. And there should be an end form like this closing tag. Inside this, I'm going to have a simple field, input field. So I'll have a label which has our name, and then I'll add an input field called text. Just like that. And this one I'm going to use for ID. I should use an ID here. ID as name, first name. This label belongs to this field is what I'm specifying here. Okay, let's run this in the UI browser and check if it's rendering properly. Instead of hello world, it should render the form. So okay, it's coming. Your name, say, and I don't have a submit button here. Unless I have a submit button, I cannot actually post the request. So I need to add the submit button to the form. Let's add it. I'll create a button called at the end. I'm going to create a button. Right, submit. This is all HTML. We will go over what these elements, each and every element we will do. Discuss about these HTML later. Right now, it's just a sample for demonstration purpose. So now, whenever I click on the submit button, it submits this data to the post request. It will send a post request with the form submission. We will go over that. So let's go to the browser. So before I send it, let's inspect and go to the network tab and then refresh. So I have a submit button. So let's say I'm doing a simple text and then closely observe the post request that goes here. Submit. Detail tag missing. Body name required. Name field required. Okay, basically what this is doing a post request, and it's not passing the body because there is no ID called name here. Let's fix that. Here, the name I have specified, ID I have specified, and also I have to specify the name property also in order to make this work. So this name is what the browser will consider for submitting this information. So we are actually specifying the name as name. Let's try now with the new HTML. Flash. Server. Plus static text. Okay. Oh, I'll submit something here. Okay, now it's passing. So if I see inspect this survey post request, this is actually a post request and response is 200. And payload, if we see, this is going as form data, name as Matish. Let's go to the FAST API. And when I'm submitting this information, let's do the same thing. Inspect and go to the network tab. The difference between form and post request with JSON, I'll show you. If I do a post request here, it's actually sending the post request in the JSON format. Request payload is JSON here. It's passed as JSON. Although it's failing, it's passed as JSON. Whereas here, if you see, it's going as form data. This is called multi-part data. So when I'm submitting information through a form, it's going to submit the data in the form data or multi-part format. It won't go as a JSON string as a body. So for submitting JSON strings, JSON body, we have to make use of JavaScript to AJAX request. What is AJAX request? We'll go over next. But to basically know the difference between form submission and API request through the request payload as a JSON object, this is what it is. So that is why we have used a form element to parse this form data from the request. So request format is different here. If I go over to the code, so the difference between this one, this post request, and this post request is different. The difference is this, we are getting it as an object. So this is through JSON body. If somebody submits a post request through a JSON body or through AJAX syntax, it will come as a JSON object. And if it is JSON object, it will by default convert that into this object that we specified. So when we are handling data submitted from the forms instead of from the API calls to AJAX or through JavaScript, we have to handle the form submissions like this. So what this does is it will extract the data that is passed in the form, and with the name, those things will be passed on to the exact parameters. So the name object, it's going to retrieve and pass it on to that particular parameter. So that's the basic difference between form submitted and the JSON requests. So now let's go implement a full scale interface. Now we are getting a response as null. So but we need to make sure that this goes to a landing page. Once form submission is done, something has to happen. Let's do that now. So I'm going to have a simple change. So after submitting, let's go into the I've logged thing and I haven't returned nothing, but I'm going to redirect to a specific page. Let's say I have thanks page. I want to redirect this user to thank you page. I'll just use redirect response. This also has to be imported from FastAPI. Redirect response accepts two parameters. One is the URL. I'll just use static /thanks.html, but this is not defined yet. I'm going to define that in a bit. And also status code, I have to make sure that this is a success code. HTTP status dot font. So these two things we need to import from FastAPI. Redirect response comes from FastAPI responses. Basically, I'll teach you one simple trick. The convention is to import all the data, all the imports in the top. And actually, Python allows us to import data whenever we need. I can actually put an import statement here, import from FastAPI dot response. Import responses. Import redirect response. This is perfectly valid. So usually what we do is we put all this imports in the top because it will be less confusing. So, but wherever we need, we can actually import those things. And now we also need the HTTP status. HTTP status is a standard class that is defined in the HTTP library, which comes default with Python. From HTTP, import HTTP status. This has to be HTTP status. So that's it. Now I'm printing the name and then saying thank you. Let's have some more information. Instead of just the name, I'll have some extra information. Okay, I still need to implement thank you page. Thanks.html. What this does is it will redirect the user after submitting. It will redirect the user to the thanks page. So I have to something here. I'll just put a template HTML again. Just put a thank you here as a title. So this time I'm going to do some small trick with Bootstrap. There is something called Bootstrap library for HTML, CSS, ready-made CSS. I'm just going to use that Bootstrap library. This is the URL to that library. So yes. So this is the link to the library. I'll give you this. I'll post it here. But once I have this, I can define some classes in the HTML, and that will automatically get some styling elements to it. So let's use that. So I'm going to define a container here. Class as container. This is Bootstrap classes. We will go over Bootstrap. This is just a teaser of what's going to be taught in the next upcoming lessons. Container. So this is Bootstrap class. So based on this, it will define some styling, this Bootstrap library. So I'll have one about div class row. I have another division which classes with the classes column flex. This is display flex. These are all actually CSS rules abstracted away by Bootstrap into classes. So we'll go into the depths of CSS, how to define styling through CSS, plain old CSS, and then wrap them up in libraries. Justify content center. So it's this class is going to align the text to the center of the page. Alert, primary. So these are all different ways to represent. This will define the background of the thing. So let's define some thank you here. H1. Thanks for submitting the subject. Let's run this. From the browser. So static, go to static, index, submit publish, and then now I see this page. This is actually coming because of the styling elements I've added. If you see inspect this, you can see this deep flex alert primary. This background is coming because of the alert primary. So if I go to the CSS rules, so alert primary class has CSS styling. So color as this, and background border color as this, background color as this, link color as this. So likewise, we can actually define these styles ourselves or make use of existing libraries, just like Bootstrap, and add classes to the HTML element so that it will by default get those styling elements. So let's modify this further a little bit and add some more to it. This is how we build user interface, even complex user interfaces. We build it like this with libraries. Let's have another row. Div class. So and I'll have another division class column. This means column, call means column. I'll find a paragraph, taking mention. Now let's go to index, create some more elements just like these. This time I'm going to add a proper classes so that it looks good. So if you see the difference between, let's capture the difference. Let's go to the static index. I'll take a screenshot of this, or I'll just keep this like this and open another tab. Almost static index. Let's add some more styling to this page also. Let's have again, this division has to be inside a container. Class container. Inside this, I'll have row which has content center, alert, because I'll have 7. I'll have another row. Column. We're taking this away. We have another column now. In this column, I'll have the actual form defined. Class row, another row, another column. Inside of here, I'm going to have this form entirely copied to this. So this stays same, but inside this, I'm going to have this wrapped up into one more element called form group. Form. Simply speaking, I will add some more elements to it. Form control as a class to it. Class as form control. Some specific styling, and I'll have placeholder as example type your main and then some more elements I will add. Label or class, or I'll just say demo. Select. I'll create a select element. Class as form control. ID as happy and name as happy. So name should match the one that we define. Happy. This element has to come again in the server. If I have to retrieve and see the information, I have to put it here. Annotated. This is going to be a string again. String, and then should be extracted from the form. Let's go over here. Define the options. Option 1 is very happy. Other one, happy. Satisfactory. Okay. satisfactory. So we have 5 options that will be displayed as a form drop down. We will see that in the upcoming. Let's have the button here. Button itself is there already there, but I'll move this button inside of the form there in the form itself. Okay, that's it. That's about what we need. Happy sorting. And is there anything that we want to retrieve? Talk. Okay, we will have one more added. Let's say I'll have course. Course. Okay. Now we have this. Let's add this also to the form. I'll just add this. And I have name happy course. Okay, we're almost done. Okay, now let's go to the browser. Refresh this page. Looks better than this. You have to see, I think we have missed one small thing. We haven't added the bootstrap CSS to this. Here, I think we should add the bootstrap CSS here also. They've added to this, but not to this. Copy and put it over there. Let's refresh the browser now. Okay. Now this is what it is. Okay, drop down I'm getting. This I'm getting. I think submit button doesn't have the styling applied. Let's have those classes added to the submit button. I'm going to add class as button and button primary. Class as btn primary. That should give us good button. Let's go back to the browser. Refresh. Okay, now it gave a good button here. I'll just add my name. Happy. Then, and if I submit, and we got it. And if I go back to the server logs, I would have printed the data. So printed, submitted name, happy course, all this has been printed. So instead of printing, I can actually write it to the database and everything I can do. So that's a simple form built with post request. And we have seen post request with JSON and post request with forms submissions. There are 2 types of post requests that will come. So with the body as JSON and with the body as form data. So this form data retrieval can happen through this format, not through this format. So if the data comes in JSON format as a post request, then this form will be used. This kind of retrieval mechanism will be used. When I'm getting it from the form submission, I need to use it like this. So that's about the post requests. And next thing is retrieving raw data from the requests and extra information, if not the pagination, all the pagination elements, how to paginate and build more complex JSON responses, how to build and convert an object into a JSON response. All that we will see next. So in our previous class, we have looked into building post requests and get APIs and post APIs with Fast API. So this time we have seen the post APIs will accept objects like this. We have seen two different ways to submit information. One is through the JSON body, which will be passed into this API through this objects format. So we inherited from base model, and from there it works. So another form of submission is through the form data, which we have seen in the survey application. Let me start the server and we'll go from there. Fast API, server.py. And we have seen this JSON mechanism of posting data, and then we have created a form, sample form, to submit the data, and we kind of refined it to go into a better CSS. So once we have this information submitted, if I inspect it and go to the network tab, see if what requests are going. So there is a survey post request has gone with the payload as form data here. So this accepting this form data is done through similar mechanism that we used for post. When we do post here, the data goes in the JSON format like this. Request payload goes in JSON format. And whereas in the form, if we submit, it's going to go through this mechanism. So different ways to handle that form data has been discussed. Now let's go in depth into how these request objects can be processed. If not form data, if some raw data is coming, if the request object, all the header information and everything, if we need to read and process that information, how do we do that? Is what we will look into today. So for that, we actually need to import request object from Fast API. So whenever a browser requests post request or a get request, we'll get that in that request format. So let's define a handler and accept Fast API request object from it. Say example API. So in this, I'm going to accept request as a raw request object. This request object has to be imported from Fast API. So, but this convention is to put this entire imports at the top of the file, but it works either ways. I'm just going to import it here so that it's near our code. So in this API request, basically I have to assign some endpoint to it. So the way to define it is through the annotations or these decorators. This is going to be a post request. Let's say I will say example from API. Inside this handler, I'm going to get the header information from the request dot headers. I'll just print these headers on the console. And I'm just going to return this headers itself. Return this headers request headers request dot headers as a JSON object. Let's see how this looks. Let's go to the docs endpoint. Here, yes. Execute. It has sent the headers as a response. What these headers are, it's actually reading from this API request itself. If we closely observe the headers that we passed, request headers, all this information is passed from the browser. So this information, the server is reading that information and sending it back as a response to the API that we are calling. So this time we will do some more operations. Let's say if I want to handle image uploads or handle some errors, let's implement an advanced API that will handle this. So this one, I'm going to rename this API, create a new API. Let's say app.post. Let's say I want to upload an image and want to get the size of that image. Let's figure out way to do it. Size as a function. It's going to accept request. It's a hint to the interpreter or the editor that it is a request object that is coming from FastAPI. So I'm going to read the content request. If we see the request object, it will have a field called content length. I will just go back to the browser and show you what I mean. If you see here, so every request will have a content length in it. So what's the data that we are passing? So our entire payload of the request, how much length in bytes, how much size it has. It has 633. Oh, sorry, this is response header, request headers. If you see the content length, how many bytes are we sending in the body? So we are actually not sending anything here, but if we are uploading an image, we will have some data in it. Let's go back and read that request content length, request.headers. And a foolproof way to get the content or any field from the headers is through the get function. We can pass in what field we want to extract from the headers. Content length is what we need. And if it is not there, a default value, I'm giving 0. And this I'm going to store it in the size attribute. I'm going to convert this into an integer. Now we have the size. If there is no, if size equals 0, then I want to raise an exception, raise an error. You have to give non-zero content. You have to upload something to the API. So here I'm going to raise a HTTP exception, which in turn is from the Fast API itself, HTTP module, HTTP error, Fast API HTTP exception. So I'm going to use this and send out an error to the browser with the status as this is actually function status code. I have to give it as HTTP status dot bad request. So you haven't uploaded the file, that is why I'm raising an error here. And we can have some details missing content attention. And a simple way to do this is if size equal to 0, or just I can put if not size. If not size actually checks whether size is 0 or not. If the size is 0, it will be false. So that means not or false will become true, and this gets executed. If size is greater than, let's say I want to have a data not more than 5 MB of data, let's define a maximum length for the data that I want to receive. Max means size. Say 5 into 1024, 5 MB I'm keeping. So if the size of the request is more than max mean size, then also we want to show bad request. Same thing, raise HTTP exception. This time we want to show a different message. Size cannot exceed 5 MB. Now, okay, we have done the validation. Now we have to actually read the data from the request. If somebody uploads an image, we need to read that data from the request. So that data will come as request.body. So this request body will have the raw content of data, but we want to process this data into an image and find out the length, and let's just get the size of the data. Return size. So how do we now upload the file, send the file to an HTTP request? That we have to see now. So if you refresh this doesn't have any idea of how to upload an image. I can actually have some script written to do the upload. Let's try figuring out with this Postman now. I'll just do upload data post request. I'll do the upload with the post request. Let's do one thing here. I will open my Postman. I'm sharing my Postman link. So this time I'm going to use the URL localhost 8000. This time I'm going to use post request localhost 8000 and then size. In the body, I'm going to send raw data. 1 second. So this binary I'm going to send. Some image I'm going to upload from my downloads folder. I'm just sending this. Let's go back to the code. Okay. This data actually does not have length property. Let's fix that. Let me go back to the, okay, we are already in the code. Now let's do something here. Instead of data, we will convert this into bytes IO object. This request data object cannot be directly read into length. Let's create a bytes IO object out of this data. So this bytes IO comes from the IO package from IO import bytes IO. Actually, what this data is a buffer object. We need to convert that into bytes object. So this bytes object can have the length, suppose. Let's run it and see. Still has the same error. Bytes object is what? Okay, let's convert this into an image rather than trying to do. I will just use this IO data and convert that into an image. So for this, I'm going to use a package called image. There is a package called image.io in Python. Let's install that. With install, there is something, the image package name is Pillow for manipulating image objects. Let's install that. I will import that library from here, from PIL. So this Pillow package will give us the PIL library. Import image. So this IO object, I'm going to convert this into image of IO. And start open. Actually, this should be done like this. So this IO is a stream object. So when I converted this data into a stream, so it's an asynchronous way of reading the data from the network. We don't get all the information at once from the request body. So it has to be done through an asynchronous mechanism. So for that, I need to define this as an async. And here, request body, when I'm reading that, I need to make sure that this is waiting on this. That's why we have been getting that error so far. So this time, I'm going to read the data from the request body that I uploaded and convert that into an image. And that image size I'm going to get here. Let's try to get the images width and height. Height as start height. Width I'm going to use here. Let's try now. Let's send it again. Okay, now it's successful. The bytes object, why it did not give earlier, let's figure out. Let's debug and find out. So this time what we did differently is we have added async and await. So let's remove this also. This I'm going to make sure that I'm reading the size of this data. Or else I'll just do type of data. Note that this time I'm not going to use the async function. Okay, I'm using async function. I will remove it and then verify it again one more time. Let's send it, and there is a problem. Object is not iterable. Okay, I think data type. Then there is a keyword called type in Python, so it's not allowing me to use that same name. Object is not iterable. Again, the same issue. I'm just going to use type of data. Yes. Send the request one more time. Let's see the response. It's the type of the data. This is a bytes object. Okay. Bytes object, we should convert that into, okay, if I don't use await, let's see what's the object. It's a coroutine. Okay. So this request body function has returned an asynchronous promise. It's a promise. Coroutine is in Python is in JavaScript we call it as a promise, and in Python we call it as a coroutine. So it's actually a asynchronous handler. So we have to wait for the asynchronous coroutine to complete before proceeding with the next operations. So let's do await. So that's why we were not getting on a promised object, we were not getting the actual data. So whenever I'm using await, I still need to use async in the handler function definition. So this data is actually raw bytes of data that is coming from the request. So we can read it into an IO buffer and then read it into the image. And there is a way to convert bytes IO object into a string. We can convert that into a string also, but this time it's not going to work because it's an image object, which is a binary. We cannot convert that into string. So this is how we read raw request from the post data, raw request body from the post data. Not only the form data and JSON data, we have seen now how to read JSON data like this through the post request, how to read form data that is submitted from the browser. And apart from that, we also have the ability to read the raw request headers and also the raw request body. A binary also we can read from the request. So any request that we send, we can either send it in application JSON format or the form data format or any kind of binary format. So all three types of requests can be handled in this way. So we have seen three types. So the same set of operations can be done on put requests and patch requests. So instead of post request here, if I just declare it as put request, it's going to use put. So rest of the things all remain same. It's just the mechanism, which type of verb we can use. It's only a convention rather than a rule to follow these post, put, delete operations. You can do delete operation on a get request also. It's up to the implementation what we do in the server code rather than sticking to the verb that we use. But REST API definition allows us to use post request for create and put request for update. So most of the times we will be using post requests only for most of the update operations also. So that's how we build APIs. Now, let's go a little bit into practical implementation of how these things can be applied to a practical use case. Let's say I have a data center or a server which I can start with the APIs. Let's create a new API. It's just going to wrap up all the things that we learned so far into one single API server. So this time I'm going to use enums enums is a feature in Python which we haven't looked into yet. So let's use that from enum, import enum. So enumeration, the enum nothing but is an enumeration. Enumeration means it's a collection of predefined data strings. Let's create a class called image that inherits from an enum. So this is a server image, let's say, or I can say OS image. Let's say Ubuntu. I will define Ubuntu as an OS image, which has a string Ubuntu 24.04. I'll use another one, Debian. I'll explain what this enum is and how this works. Alpine 3.20. What this OS image is, it's a enumeration. So enum is also a class in Python. So enums allow us to have predefined set of values to this object. Let's say in an application, let's say we want to allow only a specific set of values to a particular entry. That time we will have to use enums so that we will predefine those values and not allow any other types. It's also a string. A predefined set of strings only is allowed for that field. So in those scenarios, we will use enums. I'll use this enum and then it'll be evident how to use those. Let's create a class called VM that has base model. So it's an object. We are going to receive a request through the VM object from any post request. I'm just giving a name to this. So it's a virtual machine. Let's say this is kind of so what I'm going to write here is the service will start the virtual machines on a remote data center. That is what we are trying to write, a practical application of this. So a client will request for a virtual machine from the data center, giving the image name. So what's the image name I want to bring up my virtual machine in? So what is a virtual machine and all? We can discuss later. So I need a virtual machine with a CPU count as some number. It's an integer. We have already seen that all API requests in every object that we use will have field as an initializer. So what's the validation that we want to use? Greater than 0 and less than 65. Memory size in MB or in GB. That is also an integer. Field greater than 8 GB. Basically greater than or equal to I can use. And it should be less than something like 1025. These are the parameters that are going to come from the post request. And then image, I'm going to use as OS image. So what this makes sure is that it doesn't allow any other string other than these 3 strings. Either Ubuntu, Debian, or Alpine. Any of these 3 are only allowed. If any other thing is passed, it will throw a validation error for us. So this time I'm going to add one more Now we have defined the data structure that we will receive from the post request, and now I have to write the data uh, post request itself, post request handler. So this time I'm going to use VM start, define a function start VM with the base model VM virtual machine. So I'm going to use a unique identifier, UID4. There is a library called UID4. We haven't installed it. I will import some UID. Yeah, this will give a unique string. Let's visit that and see how that works. I can import from UID, import UID4. And we have to install VM pip install. From UID, import UID4. So what this UID will generate is a long string of data. That's a universally unique ID. So in large databases, large data applications, big data applications, we use this UIDs extensively. So for that VM, I'm going to assign a specific ID with the UUID. Now I'm going to start that VM with VMs of ID. Let's define a data structure here. VMs as a dictionary. That's it. Now I'm going to return this ID to as a response. Let's try running this now. Let's go to the browser. So if you see here, it allows only the values that are defined in the enum. Let's just try giving something like 25. Let's see if the server allows it. Start, and the server has automatically given a response. Unprocessable content. Let's try what's the error. Let's figure out. Let's stop and start the server again. Let's use a valid number first and see if things are working, then we will try to break things. Okay, so it was successful, and let's try 25.04, which is not defined in the enumeration, and it threw an error, unprocessable content. And response, and if we see the response, the same response is here, error, unprocessable content. Expected one of these three. Input should be one of these three, and input has been given as 25.04. That's the advantage of using enumerations. So even if somebody sends wrong information, we will automatically have this evaluation done by the server if you use enumerations. Okay, so we have seen that. Now let's go to serializing a specific data format. Let's say if I have one object, how do I serialize that? So by default, objects can be serialized if the object has properties, all default properties, data types as integers, floats, or default basic data types of Python. All of them can be serializable. If some object doesn't have that, how do we do that? Dumping of serialization, we will see next. And there is some kind of advanced concept called streaming the responses, which I don't think you need it right now. Once we look into the implementation of UI to current APIs, so 99% of the times you will be using the API mechanism only. So streaming data will not be required. So that's why I'm going to postpone the discussion for further time. Streaming responses need not be done right now. And I think we have mostly covered the basics of REST APIs in Fast API. I think we should look into Django, and then we will have to implement a UI on top of Django with the HTML basic JavaScript. Django is very easy framework. So far we have seen REST APIs, right? How to build, how the REST APIs work. What are the different types of verbs and methods? Get, post, put, delete. All these methods we have seen. But in practice, how these things are used, we have already seen that somewhat in our first project. We were using Express to build these backend APIs. Django has powerful API capabilities, as well as easy to use framework capabilities also. First, we will dig into the basics of Django and then go in depth into how to customize these REST APIs in Django. So Django has a framework called REST framework, Django REST framework, so which will allow us to add more advanced REST APIs. So on an overall, this Django will allow us to create easy to use interfaces with just simple code itself without manipulating the GET request or POST request. We'll first look into how to build a simple application and then go in depth into how the REST APIs can be implemented and more advanced features can be developed within that application. So right now, let's go start using this repo. It's just one placeholder I'm using. So first, let's create a new project. This is a folder I have created, but let's open the terminal and let me create a new Django project. Before going into Django, let's create a virtual environment for this project. so that it won't corrupt my system Python installation. So I will just use Python NSM env, and I can give any folder name, my Django env, and use it will initialize all Python in a virtual environment called this folder, inside this folder. So if I do see here, it created a folder. This folder has all this Python installations, but I want to add one ignore file here so that it won't commit uh, into this folder. I don't need to commit into the repo folders. It's only temporary folder that I'll use for storing my packages and everything. So for that, I will just add my Django. Yeah. So if I add this folder in git ignore, if I do git status, it won't show up. By default, it has added git ignore here. Okay, I don't need to add the git ignore then. So what I'm trying to do here is this folder I wasn't trying to, I shouldn't push into the git repository. So what this folder already has is .git ignore that ignores all the files within this folder. So as this guy has git ignore, I don't need to add this folder in this place. We'll go in depth into git at a later point. So I don't need to add that for me. So now let's go activate this environment for me. I will just go into /cd my Python list scripts. Inside the scripts, I have one activate.ps. So I need to activate this /activate.ps. So now this environment got activated. So whatever packages I install, it will only affect this particular environment, not my global installation of Python. So now let me go install Django. Pip install Django. This is required for creating a Django project. Okay, now Django is installed. I do a pip list. Okay, Django is there. Now there is a command called Django admin. Once I install Django package, I will have Django admin command. This is the command that gets installed automatically. Let me try Django admin. So there is a lot of commands that Django admin has. So one of them is create project or start project. Start project. So whenever I want to create a new project, I will have to use start project. It's like npm init we do, right? In the Node.js projects, we will do similar thing in Django admin. So I will just use Django admin start project my first project. My project, I'll just use my project. So what it has done is it has created a folder, my project. Inside that, there are certain files it created. So manage.py is the interface through which we can add new routes, new pages, new models, and new migrations. All the control structures will be in the manage.py file. We don't have to edit anything in the manage.py. Manage.py is only for the administrative purposes, and more advanced settings also will happen in manage.py. So what we are concerned about is my project inside the my project. So basically, when I created start project and issue start project, it created a parent folder, my project, and it has manage.py in it. And this is for administering this project. And inside the my project, there is another folder called my project. This is the global settings of all the project project configurations. Most of the times, we won't be touching this at the project level. We'll be creating smaller applications inside this my project. So let's go into this settings.py and see what it has. So it has installed applications. This is one of the important aspects of a Django project. By default, it gives an admin interface and an authentication capabilities for this application. So this is settings, and this is URLs. URLs has all the patterns or routes that we can access. So for now, we will just stick with that and we'll create a new application. All Django offers is a set of disconnected applications, and they all can be connected to this management interface in this settings. Whenever I have a new application created, so Django allows us to have like segregated way of building applications. One single Django project can have like 10 or 20 applications in it, and each of them will have its own life cycle. So all those applications, we can add it here, add in this installed apps. So for now, let's go and create a project application called Django admin. I'll just do a help. So, start app, start project we have used, and start app is the next logical step for us. Start app home. What it did is it created a home application, home folder here, and all the configuration files here. So the important part in here is the admin models views. So models will specify what all database tables are we going to use, and views specifies what routes will be rendering into the UI. So to give you an example, before we even go into in depth into home application, we'll first start the Django server and see if this thing is working or not. So to start the Django server, we'll have to do Python manage.py run server. Open file. Okay, 1 second. I should actually go into my project. CD my project. Python manage.py run server. So there is a warning that says like you have pending migrations, unapplied migrations. We'll go into this migrations later. Right now, it has started the server, and let me go access this URL. If you see this, this is what we are accessing through 8000 port. This is the default homepage of Django. If you want to refer to Django documentation, you can go to this and go through this documentation and get all the functions and models, everything, all helper functions and everything. Yeah. So the server is now running. Let's go modify the code. Now I have home page, the home application. What we are now interested in is I want to add this application as part of the global settings. Whenever I want any new app that I create to come under the project, I need to add it into the settings. So we have installed apps here, and we need to add that new applications that we create into this installed apps, so that we will have routes configured, and this also will be coming in the application overall. When we run the server, it will include these applications also into the server. So I've added the home application. Now let's go create a page or a view that we can render. So there are certain shortcuts. We will go in depth into how these things work. So basically, for us to display a page, we will have to add views here. Let me go add home view here. So views are all functions or classes. So I'm going to use functions for now. Later we will go into classes, how to use classes for displaying views. So I also need one more utility function from Django for rendering the pages. So I'm trying to build a home page here. So whenever I access /home path in the server, it should go into this home page view. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. So we need one utility function, HTTP response function. So here in home page view, I'm going to return HTTP response of hello world. So whenever I access the home page, it should give me hello world as a text response. So before we can do this, we need to add this to the routes. So Django doesn't know that whenever home page is requested, it should go to home. How do I define that? Is through URLs. So inside the My project, there is something called URLs.py. This has the URL mappings here. So whenever I access admin URL, it's going to go into admin URLs. But I'm going to add one more URL here. Whenever I access slash or home, I'll just use home there. I want to display this view, this function. But how do I import this? I need to import this into this URLs. For that, I would need to do from home. Home is a package. If you see here, this is the home package. From folders or packages in Python, from home, import views. So this file I am trying to import into this file. So what I am going to do now, we have a function called home in here that should be called whenever I access the home URL. So for that, I will need to specify use.home. Now, when I access home in the browser, it should directly go to this function and it should give me hello world. Let's see that in practice. Let's go Python manage.py run server. I think there is no module named home. Okay. So let me go out one folder. Just a second. We should actually create this application inside my project folder. Let me go delete the home folder. Remove this also. Yeah. Again, create inside this folder. I've created project. I need to first go inside that project. And then here I can create an app on whatever. Like Django admin, start app. Uh, it's created a home application inside this project. So that's how it works. Now inside the home, I'm going to add a view. Before that, I need to add HTTP import, HTTP response, and create a view called home. This will accept a parameter called request. So we'll go in depth into how that request is used. I'll just return HTTP response. Hello world. Before we can do anything, we should verify that my project has this app added to the project. This app home is added now to the project. Now views inside the URLs, I will have to import that from home, import views, and for which path I want to access that, I need to specify home slash. When I access home URL, to render home function from here. I could put a comma here. Use home. Now let me run the application. Manage network, run server. Now I will access the web application. If I go reload this page, it shows an error. So this is because we have added a specific route. If we don't have a route, by default, Django will redirect us to the home page that we have seen earlier. Now we have two routes added to the application. So one is home route and one is admin route. We'll go into admin route later. For now, we'll just try to access home route here. So if I go to slash home, my hello world is response is coming. That's about how to add a simple view to the application. So next thing is how the Django works overall. Django has a model view template architecture, which means any application, any view that we create will have to go through views, models, and templates. There is something called templates that I'll go in depth into later, in a few minutes. So whenever I want to access a UI, user interface, now I am returning the response as text here. So for me to actually render an HTML page, I need to have templates in it. So for creating templates, let me go create a new folder called templates. How to render templates, I will display. I'll show you now. If I want to access a template, I'll create a templates folder in this home application template. And then I will create one more folder called home. This is a convention in Django to have folder names same as app names. So if I want to show one welcome HTML on homepage visit, I can go create a welcome.html page. Django uses a specialized language called Django template language. Before we go into that, we can actually put any plain HTML here. That's one. This is the welcome page from home app. And just use header as task manager or something. Header and body I'll use. Title. My project. I'll put it inside the body tag. So how do I render this welcome.html from this view? Instead of sending plain text, I want to use this welcome.html page. For that, I need to import this render. Render is a utility function for rendering the application templates. So instead of using this, I'll just return render of request. I need to pass request also as part of the render, and also I need to specify what template I want to use for rendering, so which is home/welcome.html, and it also accepts a set of parameters. For now, I'm just going to give empty dictionary to the parameters list, and let's run the server and see if this HTML gets displayed. I will change my screen. Let me go refresh this application. And this is coming from the template. If you go inspect this, my all HTML template is coming. Yes. For example, if I want to display some dynamic content from the HTML template, I can do it. How do I do that? Is so when I go here, this empty parameters, instead of empty parameters, I'll just use something like a dictionary item called today. Today's date I want to display. So for that, I need to import a library called datetime from Python. Import datetime from datetime. Import datetime. I'll just use datetime dot today. It's a function. So I'm passing today as a parameter to this template. So inside this template, I can use this today parameter. How do I use that? Yes, this. Today is, for me to use those templates, I need to use two brackets. Inside these two brackets, I can use those variables that I'm passing through this views parameters. So now the server is already running. Let me go refresh the page and see the date is coming. So this is how dynamically the parameters can be passed from the templates views to templates. Now for every URL that we are adding, we are actually editing the my project global project. So like home, we will have multiple applications. Those applications we can actually remove randomly and add randomly. So if for example, if we are distributing a software which has like 10 modules or 10 sub applications. We can have tens applications like phone, notes, task manager, and all such applications in one single project. And if even if we remove home application, the entire project should not break. So, but we are creating a dependency here. There is a better way to handle this approach. If you are using home home application inside the my project global settings, that will be a problem with the dependency. If I delete home application, this will also get broken. For us to handle that gracefully, handling deletes of applications, we need to have a better way of handling this views. So right now what we will go do is we will move this URL patterns to this application itself. This application also can have a file called URLs. Just like global project we have, in my project we have URLs. Similarly, this also home application also can have URLs. So what we'll do is we'll move these URLs into this applications URLs and import this entire application URLs into this. So how do I do that? So I created a URLs file here, and same as URLs.py, I'll just use import Django URLs path also and put it over here. And similarly, URL patterns also I will need. So this one, I just need only this part. Even if I'm pasting here, I don't need this part. I need only this part. So views I need to import from the current package. So how do I do it from the current package? From dot import views. So this actually means from the current folder, URLs also is in the current folder, home folder only. From the current folder, import views file, this file into these URLs. So now if I delete this, this setting should not affect, or this URL should not break. So for us to not use it directly, we have another way to include. So from Django URLs, import path, and there is one more function called include. So instead of using directly these paths, I've just moved these paths into URLs of home. I'm just going to use this URLs, this entire application inside the parent path. Inside URLs, here I can import all of these URLs at once with the include flag. Let me do that. So for path, I'm going to use home, or I'll just use empty. So any, if not admin, any path will directly go to home views, home dot URLs. What this specifies is whenever somebody accesses a path that is not admin, that has anything, this means actually this any URL has to be mapped into home.urls for file. So home is here, URLs is here. If I access any path, home or whatever, if it is found in this path patterns, then it will go into that respective view. So now, even if we delete home application now, this will not break. So what this does is, if the application is found, it will include that. If not, it won't. So if we are directly importing home in this from home, if I do it like this, import views, that will be a closed dependency. So if I delete this package, this will break. Now this doesn't break. So similarly, now if I go and start the server and restart it, so application did not change. Let me go refresh and see if anything is changed. If I go refresh, nothing is broken. Just the approach we have changed. from tightly coupling the application to the project, we are decoupling application on the project. Now we no longer need this home application for this project to work. But if it is there, it will get added as a plug and play functionality. So similarly, let's go have one more application created. But before doing that, I want to show you this admin interface. So there is something called migrations in this. If you see the warnings here, we have 18 unapplied migrations. So for us to have access to some pages, authorized pages, we need to have user authentication. So Django has an inbuilt user authentication mechanism for admin. Let me demonstrate how that works. But before doing that, we will have to have migrations. So what are migrations? Basically, so for this application to work, there are certain uh, database tables that are required. So what Django provides is a easy to use ORM capabilities. ORM means object relational mapper. So as long as we know what objects we will be using, this models folder will have the objects, set of objects. As long as we know what objects we'll be using and what fields they will be having, we don't have to create database tables ourselves. This is a functionality of ORM. Once we define the objects, it will automatically create the tables and populate the data for us. We'll go in depth into how these migrations work. Once I demonstrate how these migrations work, then I can go in depth into it. So for this warning to go away, I need to do one thing. Python manage.py migrate. So right now, this application is configured to use a database called SQLite database. I will go in depth into SQLite in a little bit of time. For now, just let's go with migrations. So these migrations command did one thing. It has created the tables, admin, auth, content types, sessions. These are the different tables that we needed. These are database operations that had to be performed in order for this application to work. So why we did this migrations, and I'll explain you in a bit. For us to have authentication also in place, we will need one more thing called a user created in the database. What we did is we created a users table, an admin table and auth tables we have created. So we also need a user for doing the operations on this application to access an admin interface. Let's go, before we migrate this, let's go run the server and see what I mean by admin interface. If I go to my application, if I go instead of home, I'll just remove that, go to slash. There are two routes here, admin and home. Home we have seen, admin we have to see. I'll go to slash admin. Django comes by default with an admin interface. This is what the admin interface is. So, but admin interface requires us to log into the platform. By default, it won't create a user for us. For creating the user and saving it in the database, we had to run the migrations that we have run right now. So the migrations will run only create the database. It doesn't create a user for us. For us to log into this admin interface, we also need to create a user. For creating that user, I'm going to use Django admin command again. Python manage.py create super user. This is the admin user that I'm trying to create within the database. So this will create a user. and gives me, I'll use the username as admin and email as admin@admin.com. One second. Password also I'll use admin for now. I'll need to confirm the password. So there are some restrictions on the password length and visibility and such details. I'm just going to ignore that for now. In production, we will have to be careful on creating a password that is easy to guess. Bypass validation. I will bypass the validation. Now it has created a super user. So now I've created a username admin and password admin. So let me run the server and go to the admin interface. I'll refresh and I'll use admin as the username and admin as the password. I'll log in. As you can see here, there are two entities called users and groups. So this is by default will come from the Django application itself. Django project, whenever we initialize, this admin interface is by default will have this along with the Django installation. So we had one username. We can also add one more user, second user, password based authentication enabled, password as something or some random password I'm using. Save. And it has saved the user. This the second user was added successfully. Let's go back home. And if I go to users, it will show two users here. So if you have more entities, all those entities will come here. So how to add those entities into the admin interface, we will see later. So this is actually a convenient way to have a direct interface for adding database entities. Without having to build a UI, we can actually make use of this admin interface. This is just a convenient way to add database tables. That's what it gives. If we have to have more advanced user interfaces, we will have to write it through templates. And this is by default comes with Django for us to do database operations without having to use database directly. So going forward, next we will see now we will create an authenticated application. Now we have so far all the pages that we have. This home page is a public page, right? So what if we want to have authenticated pages? Let me go to admin page and log out. I've just logged out now. I'll go to home page. Home page is not an authenticated page. Anybody can go to the home page. So we want to create a new page with authentication enabled. So let's go do that. One second. Let's go create a new view. Inside the views, I will have one more view called authorized. And I will just return render request. I'll use a template called authorized.html and I'll just pass an empty. But this authorized.html, I will need to create the templates. Just add one HTML. Restricted area. But still, I still need to add authentication mechanism before I can render this application. If I go to views, authorized, for us to have authentication, it's very simple to in Django. What I need to do is I need to import from Django, okay, or decorators, import login required. I can use this login required as a decorator. Decorators I will explain in a bit. So if I add this login required, it will just ask us to log in before accessing this page. Let's see what this shows when I run the server. I will go to authorized, but I haven't added authorized path in the URLs. I need to add that also. Let me go to that. I go to URLs. I need to add one more line called authorized. Use authorized. So whenever I call this, it has to render view authorized. Let's refresh. So authorized is coming, but it says 404, not found, because we are not logged into the platform. So let's say if it is not authorized, let's say I want to redirect it to login page. So I can do it with one simple change here in the code. Instead of having this also accepts a field called login URL. Login URL is /admin. Now, if I use the same path whenever it is logged out, it will redirect me to admin page so that I can log in. Now let's go refresh this page. Give me 1 second. Accounts, sorry, not this. Slash authorized. If I do go to authorized page, it's automatically redirecting me to this page. As a second user, I'm logging in, or I'll just use it as admin. Login. Then I will go to authorized. Now I've logged in. So authorized will show us the actual page. This is how easy to add the authentication mechanism to Django applications. So next thing would be like creating models and creating database tables ourselves. Seen how to create a Django application. We just installed a Django Python package in a virtual environment called MyEnv. Here, my Django ENV we created, and then we did install the pip install Django. We did, and then we have added a start project with my project as the example. Then we created a application inside it called home. So whenever we add application, we will also need to add the application to the installed apps section here that we have seen. And we created a simple view called home view. If we go to views, we have created a home view and an authorized view. So this is for authorized users, which requires login. For login, we have actually created the super user through manage.py create super user command. And we have made a template here for welcome page and for authorized page. And we are using that template here. And we can pass parameters through this dictionary. And these values can be utilized in template with this syntax. And then we have seen model view template architecture, which is nothing but views will represent how the data will be displayed in the UI, and models will define how the database structure is populated. Then we have seen the admin interface. So if you go to /admin, you can log in with your super user credentials. And before that, we did migrate. So there is something called make migrations and migrate. Migrate actually does. So if we go to settings, these are the default apps that will be installed along with Django. Admin is an app. For admin app, we will have to do some migrations. This will have some set of objects and tables created in the database. For creating those tables, we need to do migrate Python manage.py migrate. So this command does create all the tables required for all the installed apps. So we will have our own tables for home, and we will have one more application created for storing some set of nodes. For that, we will create models also in this class. So apart from that, we have authorized views. This is how we specify the login URL. Now is the time to create model view control templates, model view templates. So there are other frameworks where model view controller architecture is present, and especially in Django, we have, instead of controllers, we have templates. So model view and templates. I'll go in depth into what's the difference between model view controller and what model view template in a later class. Right now, let's go with creating a new application. So this one, I'm using home application just for pages that do not require any models. And I'm going to use a separate app for actually having models and adding to the database all the entries in database. So for me to create a app inside this my project, I need to first go into my project folder and then Django admin start app nodes. We create predefined set of files and then adds the directory inside my project. So it has created nodes. Similar to home project, we have views, models, admin. So first thing that we need to do as soon as we add the app is to let my project know that there is a new app called nodes. This will set the configuration in the project. The project now will be aware of the nodes application. So in simple terms, I want to store nodes, let's say some title, some kind of text. I want to store it in database. Maybe it can be a task manager applications for storing the tasks that I need to do. I'll just go simply add one class here. For storing objects in database, we have to define the models. Let's go define a model called nodes. So all the classes defined in models is going to be models class nodes. The way we have to implement it is through descending from models dot model object. So how the inheritance works, I will just explain in a bit. So according to Python syntax, if we are specifying a class here, this class will inherit from this class, which means all the functionality that by default is provided from this class will come into this class. So we will go in depth into classes, how to define classes later. So if you want to take a look at how to define classes, you can go through the online resources, Google search on how to define a class and basic details of Python. So if you need more in-depth knowledge, I will teach you once I get in depth into this code. So I've just defined a class called nodes that inherits from models.model. From this package, there is a class called model. So all the model functionality will be implemented in this. And we just need to import that and use it. So first thing I will need to define is what are the fields I need in that object, nodes object. I'll say title. So we have to define the type of the field also. The name of the field is title and type of the field I'm going to use character field. So there are predefined field types in Django we can use. Character field specifies it's a string of a specific length. So character field, it's like the database query varchar. So in database, there is data types called varchar, integer, boolean, all that. Similarly, to define in Django, we have a specific set of classes that define these data types. So this title is going to be a string. That means model start character field. And I have to specify the max length for this field. For any character field, we should specify what is the max length of the characters. So max length is 100 I'm defining. This means the title of this node cannot go beyond 100 characters. Let me give it as 200. Now the character field cannot go beyond 200 characters in length. After that, I want to have a text description of the node. I can define this as text field. And this does not need any maximum length. The text field can have any number of characters. I don't have to restrict the number of characters. And apart from this, I also want when was the node created and so on. Created field. I'm going to use models dot date field, date time field I'll use. And there is one utility functionality with datetime field. I can automatically fill this datetime without me requiring to add this field every time. Auto created. So now add equals true. If I use this argument, so whenever I save this model, it will automatically create a new date out of current timestamp. What's the current date and time? Based on that, it will automatically create this field. So I don't have to add it every time. So this way we are defining a table will have these three parameters. This nodes table will have these columns: title, text, and created. Now next we can tell Django to actually create these tables. Before doing that, we need to prepare the schema for this nodes table. So we don't have to do it manually. Django by default gives a functionality to create these SQL queries that are needed based on the database that we have configured. It will auto generate these SQL queries and gives us the output. Let's go see how to do that. So Python start by make migrations. This command will actually generate the migrations. Migrations nothing are nothing but the SQL queries that need to be performed in order to create this table and columns in the database. It will generate the SQL files. So if we go see this migrations initial.py, so the database collections to creating the table, all those things will be done by this code. So there is a create model utility function that will allow to create database collection, database table, and all these fields along with it. So now I have a migrations file. I also need to perform migrate, apply these migrations into the database. So for doing the migration, I need to do manage.py migrate. It's like we saw for admin app. Similarly, for our app, as we defined a new model, first step is to generate the migrations through this, make migrations, and then migrate it. Make migrations will do create the script to actually write the SQL to the database. So migrate will actually execute the SQL and create the tables in the database. Let's execute this, and it's applied to migration. So now our database tables are ready for nodes collection. So let's say if I want to go to the admin interface and see what is there in the admin interface, I can just run manage.py, run server. I go to this link. /admin. Admin. If I see here, it's still not adding that nodes in this. I can't add nodes here yet. For me to add nodes also as part of this admin interface, I need to do a small tweak in the code. Let's go to that now. We have to go to nodes, admin.py. I need to add the admin functionality here. Let's just add class nodes admin model admin. So admin has the default functionality to add this to the admin interface. I'm going to just extend that functionality. I'm just going to do nothing. Then I will register this nodes app to the admin interface. For that, I need to do admin.sites.register. I need to pass in the model name also. So for that, I need to import the model from import models. model start nodes, and what is the admin interface going to be is what we are going to pass it here. So for this model, use this nodes admin interface. We haven't done any custom modifications to nodes admin. We are actually getting default model admin functionality from the default library from Django and using that. Let's go site.register. Let's go to this URL. Now back to the admin interface. Let's refresh. And we see that now. Nodes. Now I can go add these nodes in the admin interface. We are going to implement a separate UI for adding nodes, but before we can get to that level, we can actually have this interface. I can add nodes. So by default, it gives us the title and text. So what we defined in the model, title as 200 characters and text as a text area. This has given that. My first Django nodes. This is my first node. Save it. And after saving, so this is the list view. If I go to users, username, email, all these fields are displaying. If I go to nodes, the nodes, it is giving only the object, meaning so I want to display the title of the nodes rather than this object. How do I do that? Is through modifying our class, admin class. So default functionality of this nodes admin or model admin is to display the object. So it doesn't specify which fields to display and all that. So for modifying that, I need to add one parameter here, list display equal to a tuple of what all fields I want to display. Title, just want to display title. Is a tuple, so I need to actually give a comma here. So if I'm declaring as a tuple, tuple should at least have two entities in it. So that's why I have to declare it this way. This actually means the first entity is title and next entity is none. So let's display accepts a tuple or an array. So let's say I will just do array. That will be more simpler. I can have this as an array. So what all fields you want to display will be specified in this array. Let's go to our admin interface and see what's the change. Refresh. Now it shows the title. Good so far. So there is one more functionality of Django. Now we are using the admin interface to add these nodes, right? We can also use a shell interface also. So how do I go into the Django shell is what we will see next. I'll go to my code. I'll close this, stop the server. Now I'm going to log into the shell of Django. So I can manage that shell. We'll enter the Django shell. Whatever environment we can use, whatever packages we can use in this code, we can actually use those in this terminal also. Let's go see how to create a new node from the shell itself. For that, I would need to import from nodes dot no nodes dot models import nodes. Then I will create a new node called my node equals nodes dot objects dot get. So this is what we are doing to get the existing node. So I'm actually getting the existing node. We have saved one node from the admin interface that I'm trying to retrieve through this command. So by default, nodes models will have a data object called objects that will allow us to query the database. So all operations we'll do on the nodes objects is through this object. So let's go get the object by ID 1. So there is something called primary key in databases. So primary key specifies what is the ID of that specific entity that we are storing. So primary key will be starting with automatic incrementing with starting with 1. So every time we add a new entry, it will increment the primary key of that and add that. So when we first added the nodes from the admin interface, it would have added the primary key as 1. So this means I'm trying to get the first entry in the data in the nodes table. So let's go get it and let me print my node. It's an object. It's object. So let's go print my node dot title. This is the title. Let's go text. This is the text of that. So now I've got the, I'm able to read the first entry in the table. So what about getting all the entries in the table? So I can do it to nodes dot objects dot all. This will give all the entities that are stored in the database in this particular table, nodes table. So this will give us a query set, which is an abstraction on top of the list items. And similarly, if I want to filter some entities which have specific set of fields, let's do that way also. So nodes dot objects, instead of all, I'm going to use filter. I'm going to filter for the nodes which have a word called my, or that starts with my test nodes. So I have given my first Django nodes as the title, right? Let me filter the ones that have my in the beginning. So filter. So what field I'm going to filter for is title. And what is the condition that I'm going to filter for is contains. So the condition and the field name will be separated by 2 underscores. So this is a default functionality of Django. We can refer to the documentation to find out what all conditions are allowed in the filter. So for now, I'll just use title, the field name, and then I contains. I contains means this text contains, and I is ignore case sensitivity. So whether it is starting with small m or capital M, it doesn't matter. So it will always filter by that, ignoring the case, it will filter. So before I contains, I'll just go with starts with. Starts with is another filter that we can use. Let's use slash equals my. This specifies to the Django or ORM that filter all the time, all the nodes objects that have my as a starting word. So let's go execute this, and it gives me 1. Let's go do something else. If there is something like U, but we don't have that list of items which have U as a starting word. So let's try to filter that and see. So query set is giving empty. So because we don't have any entities that are starting with U, we have one entity starting with my. Similarly, I will just use contains, title contains, or I contains means ignore case, contains Django in it. Enter. We have one node which has Django in it. So my first Django nodes, this is there. Let's go see if anything else. Test. If the title has the test in it, it will display. If not, it will give an empty array. You can see here, it's an empty one. And then we can have, apart from filter, we also have something called exclude. So for that exclude, let's go at nodes, objects, exclude. So this will exclude the items that satisfy the condition that I'm going to put here. Text I contains equals Django. It will filter out all the nodes which have Django as a text in it, in the title or in the text. I can use title also. Title has Django. It's returning empty. Exclude means don't get those entities. And let's go see text. So in our text, we don't have Django word. So this is my first note is the text. That is what it is excluding. Meaning if it has Django, it will exclude that. If it's not having Django, it will include that in the response. This is how we do filter operations in database through our model. So we can also pipe our filters. Let's say, what if I want to do filter by one condition and exclude by another condition? For that, I can do nodes.objects.filter title I contains Django, and then dot exclude text I contains Django. This will first filter for all the items that have Django in the title and exclude all the items that have Django in the text area, text field. Let's do that. And it gave me 1. This is how you pipe filters and excludes. Now that we have seen how to operate this in the shell, we'll go back to our model and we'll add one functionality for adding the likes to the nodes. Just like for posts, we can okay. Just like we have likes for the posts in Instagram or YouTube, we want to add likes to the nodes also. Let's do that. So in models.py, I'm just adding likes as a field. For this, I can either use model start integer field. Integer field will store numbers from large numbers. So there is one more smaller field called positive small integer field, which we won't need it right now. So I'm just going to use it as integer field. Um, the integer field, this also accepts the default value for this fields. So for every video or for every nodes, I might want to initialize this likes as zero likes. So default value I can specify in this default equals 0. If I say this, even if I don't add anything to the likes, it will add 0 by default and save it in the DB whenever I save this nodes model. So for adding this likes to this model, whenever we edit the model's interface, we have to generate the migrations and do the migrations to do the update queries to the database. The database schema now has only title, text, and created because we have done the migrations already. Now I've added a new field called likes. So I need to generate the migrations and migrate to apply the migrations again. So for that, let's go to manage.py, make migrations. See, this has generated a new migration at this location. Nodes, migrations, second migration. This was the initial migration. This is the second migration that only adds the likes. If we go to here, what this is doing is adding the field called link likes to the model nodes as an integer field and with the default as 0. So these things we don't need to worry about. Just for the understanding purpose, I'm showing. So now I've added likes and we have generated the migrations, and now it's time to apply the migrations. Manage.py migrate. This applies this migration and adds this column to the database table. So database is currently SQLite I'm using. So by default, it's SQLite. We can either use MySQL or MongoDB also. How to configure MongoDB and other things, I will show you in some time. Going forward, next I want to do a list interface for the nodes. So far I have been using the admin interface for manipulating this data, but I need a interface in my UI, so my custom user interface. For that, I will have to add the views. For adding the views, I will go to views and create a new view called list view, def list, which accepts request as a parameter. And I want to get all the nodes of this nodes.objects.all. So this nodes is not known to this file. So for that, I need to import the nodes. Import from dot models import nodes. Now I have nodes, all the nodes I'm getting. Now I have to render a template. So I'm going to create a template later. Right now, I'll just return render request, the template name node/nodes list.html. I'm going to pass in this parameter nodes as nodes, all nodes. So this template I haven't implemented yet. So for that, let's go to nodes, create a new folder called templates. Again, a folder called nodes. This is the convention. It should have same name as the app. Let's go add a file called nodes list.html. Let's go add a HTML text and notes. Here there is some tricky thing going on here. As we are passing nodes here, I want to do a loop through the nodes and display all the nodes in each of the list items. I want to create an H1 item that says these are my nodes. I want to create a list item, unordered list, and then for each item, I want to add task one, nodes one, nodes two, and so on. So for doing this, I need to do a for loop. So in Python, let's if I go to Python, so there is a for loop. Let's say I have a nodes here, A, B, C, D. This is a list. I can actually iterate through this nodes with for node and nodes, print node. This is the Python way of doing it. So the same syntax, we can use it inside this template also. How do I use the syntax is like this. You open one bracket, put two percentage symbols, and do one thing here. For note and notes. We don't have to add colon here because this is a different syntax. This one is Django template language. So we also need to, earlier in Python, we don't have to close this for loop. As long as the indentation is correctly aligned, it will automatically determine the for loop where it ends. But whereas here, I need to specify where the for loop ends. And for that, I need to define it like this, end for. This says that between this line and this line is what my Python code lives. So this one will iterate through all the nodes. Each item will have a node as the value. So I'm going to wrap this up inside this UL element. And each of the list items, I'm going to put inside this item. See this. And instead of nodes one, I'm going to use the title from nodes. This variable will have the object. So for actually using the node, if I want to use a value, I need to use two brackets. If I want to execute Python code, I need to use it in this way. You have any doubts, Shruti?
సార్ యూఎల్ అంటే ఏంటి సార్?
Unordered list. It's a list item. So will go into like how the HTML works. You can actually go through W3 schools and just brush up on the HTML skills. But I'll teach you HTML also. UL means unordered list. It's a list of items is what it means.
ఓకే సార్.
So inside the li, I'm going to use note dot title. So li means list item, ul means unordered list, h1 means heading 1. Let's go. Before we run this, we need to actually add this path to URLs. Now we have defined the view, but Django application does not know that I have to use this view for some path. So I haven't defined the path yet. So just like we did for home, there is something called URLs here. So in this similar fashion, we need to add the URLs to Notes app also. So far, we haven't done that. Let's go add that paths in the Notes app. URLs.py from Django.urls import path URL patterns. I'm going to use path. So for that, I'm going to use notes. I'm going to use notes/list. And I'm going to use the view from dot views from dot import views. There are two ways So you can just import only the list function, or you can import the entire views into this. So views I'm importing entirely because I want to use multiple lines of. If I add more functions, I want to use that in the URLs. So I'll just use views dot list. So this is one way to use it. If not, I can just say views import list. I can just use it as directly like this. This is another way to use it. Let's do it the other way. Views dot list. And this accepts a parameter, or like I can give a name to this. Basically, what I'm trying to do here. Okay, for now this should be enough. Let's go add this to the global settings so that global project URLs, so that it knows that there is something called nodes URLs also. I go to my project URLs, just like we added this home URLs, we also want to add nodes URLs. So I'll just use nodes URLs. Let me start it. And it's not line from server. Put this. Now it shows three paths. One is home, one is authorized, one is nodes. I'll go to nodes now. Nodes is not found. Second, let me check this. Yeah, because it's nodes list, not nodes. Actually, I defined the path as nodes/list, right? In the view, I have specified nodes/list. Not much any of these. Admin, home, authorized, nodes. Start logins. Okay, I have forgot to add the slash pattern here. Okay, let me correct that. So I'll show you what we did from. So in this code, I have used nodes/list in the URLs. Whereas in project URLs, I've used nodes. So basically this appends to this URL. So whatever is specified here will be an append of the previous URL. So I need to remove nodes from here. I just need to use list here. And in projects, I can use nodes slash. Whichever path starts with nodes slash will go to nodes URLs. Inside the nodes URLs, it will search for what's the next item. Let's go check this out. Now it's coming. I'll refresh and show you. You see this? Now we have nodes path. Let's go to nodes and then we can see what are inside the nodes. There is something called list. I'll have to use nodes list. Now we can see the nodes coming here. So notes list we have done. And now we want to show detail view also. When I click on this notes, I want to see what this notes is all about, all the text and everything. Let's do that now. I'll define one more view called details. And the views, notes views. Yeah, detail. It accepts one parameter request. And for getting a specific detail of a specific item, I need to also determine what is the value, the ID of that particular node. For that, I will need the primary key also. So I'm going to pass this primary key from the URL so that I can find that entry from the database and use it. So I need to find the node by the primary key pk nodes.objects dot get key equals to key, and I will render this template request, and I'll use nodes/nodes detail HTML. I'm going to pass node as node. So I need to define this nodes detail template also. Inside templates, I'll just create a new nodes detail.html. Fill the details, nodes details. I'm going to use h1 for title, dot title. Use paragraph for text. Now I'll add the URL also for details. Same thing, just that we will change the detail. And here we actually need to specify the foreign key, primary key, sorry. If I go see here, which details do I want to display is required, as we are accepting primary key from the view template, and we have to use pass this from the URL. So that URL, we will have to define it like this. What's the type of the key and what is the key PK? So what this specifies is when I access details slash some number, it will go to details view and then pass that number as PK here. So for that, I need to change the view to details. Here we can specify what is the parameter type and what's the value name of the parameter that we want to pass. I can show you in demonstration how this works. So let's go to this URL. This one you can see right now.
Yes, sir.
So if I go to 8000, there is something called nodes / list. If I go to the list view, it will give all the list of all the tasks. If I go to the details /1, it will give me the first node item. First node, what is the title and what's the text message? Yes. What if I go to, let's say 11? That thing does not exist, right? But let's see what happens if I access it now. It throws an error. Nodes matching query does not exist. This is actually failing inside the code. So we need to handle this also as part of our code. Let's do that until now. So if the entry does not exist, we should throw out an error called 404 not found. For that, I will have to use 404 from a library called URL HTTP library, Django HTTP library. Let's handle that now. Use import from Django.http, import HTTP 404. So we need to use this if the note is not found. What we will do is we will do a try and catch block. Try to get the nodes except this is standard Python syntax. So I will get an exception called node start does not exist. If you see the error message in the browser, I'll show you. This actually says that does not exist. Exception type does not exist. This exception is what we are handling in our code. So let's go see render nodes does not exist. We are handling, and we need to raise an error called 404. Raise means it will raise an exception to the front end. That is HTTP 404. We can give the message as no doesn't exist. And if this exception did not happen, this line gets executed. Otherwise, it will break out of this statement. Let's go now and see how that reacts now. So to access something that does not exist, it should give me page not found. This is not throwing any exception, but it is raising the 404 page not found error. Next thing what we will do is we'll create class-based views. So right now we have seen how to define views within this views.py as functions. So there is, for this, basically we will have to write the entire code ourselves. So there is a way to optimize this code in the long run. So there are some functionalities that we can share between views. For that, if we use class-based views, that will be more less burdensome, and with less code we can achieve more. For that, let's have that implementation. So Django has a template called template view. From Django views generic, I'm going to import template view. So instead of using this list function, detail function, I can actually use template view for displaying these pages. It's simple as, okay, let's first go and implement this in home views, then we will start implementing in nodes views. Let's go to home views. Let's import template view, and this home view I'm going to convert that into a class-based view. I'll just name it as home view. It will inherit from template view. I just need to pass one thing, template name equals the same name that we have here. And then we need to pass this extra parameters. There is a keyword called extra context. We'll use that for storing or passing this particular argument. As of now, this doesn't give any advantage as of now, but it gives in the future if we are extending the functionality home-based nested views. This class will be used as a parent class. All the functionality that we want to put as a common functionality, we will put in home view, and descendants will automatically get that functionality. But now we don't need this home view as a function. I'm commenting out this. So I'll use home view class instead. So let's go to the URLs and home view. I'm going to use it as home view dot as view. That's all we need to do for changing the view. This is a function. You should call it as a function as view. Similarly, let's go to this page and see if anything changes. Because we converted into class-based view, we need to verify if things are working as expected. Slash home, it's given correctly, no change in the functionality. And I'm going to change authorized view also now to use the template. So this authorized view also, I'm going to define a class called authorized view. That will also take from template view, inherit from template view. Same thing, template name as home authorized. And for this login URL, I need to use login URL here. This is all standardized. If we see the template view documentation, these fields will be already there. So this is using existing functionality from Django. So these ones we can refer to the documentation and find out what fields to add where. So I can just comment out this part. Then same thing, I will go change it in the views URLs authorized dot as view. Now I'm going to go to this URL. I'm going to use authorized as the path. We're in restricted area. So this is correctly displaying. So let's go to admin and log out. If it is logged in, log out. Let's go see if that page is now coming or not authorized. Let's come in. Basically, we need to redirect to the login page. So for us to get into that, we need additional functionality in the class-based views. There is something called mixins in class-based views. Let's go to views. As we have used login required, this functionality will be provided by a mixin called login required mixin. Let's import that from Django on country .org.mixin import login required mixin. So I need to import from login required mixin. I need to extend this class to inherit both from login required mixin as well as template view. This will get this login required mixin, use the login URL and redirect this if the token is not found. If the user is not authorized, it will redirect to this URL. This is the important part. Let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. Authorized as it is logged out, it's redirecting to admin login page. I'll just do login and then now I'll go to authorized. Now it shows the page. So same thing we have achieved with the class-based views. We will see more in depth about class-based views, and we will convert all the nodes list items also as part of this. So we have converted home page into class-based views. Similarly, we can change the nodes views also as class-based views. We'll just quickly review what's happened so far, then we'll go next. So we had used a virtual environment. We have created a virtual environment in this directory. And for us to use that virtual environment, I'll have to do execute my Django scripts. If you open it, you will find it here. So this is what we need to execute in order to get into the virtual environment. And I have installed Django and other packages. Django is what we have used, and we are using SQLite database for this project. Yes, SQLite. Okay, so we had created the project with start project, Django admin. If you see the help, Django admin. Oh, sorry. We have used a start project to start the project, my project, and it has created these files. Then I created start app. With that, I've created home application and notes application. So home application, we used it for pages like home view and authorized view. It's a sample HTML templates that we used. And notes application, we are using it for defining the models and storing the notes. So we will run the server with start run server. So before, as soon as we add the app, we will add it to the settings to make the Django application know that there is an app. Home and notes are added. Then we have model view template architecture. Models will have all the models that we define. This is the database table equivalent. Views will have the views, list view, retail view. To access these models, we use these views. And we have URLs to define the routes. And we have the admin interface. We have logged into admin interface and manipulated nodes also. And similarly, we have Django shell. So if I go inside my project, I can manage to define shell. I can use all these imports and create all the views, even create a model object and save it in the DB and read the models from the DB. So we have filters for filtering based on a certain conditions. Contains starts with something similar. And then we had created super user with Django admin create super user. Oh, sorry, Python manage.py. We have migrations for creating the migrations out of this model definitions. And then we have another thing called create super user, which is not stored here, but yeah, here. So create super user we can use to create a login. So we will end up going to sign up, sign in, login, log out functionality we will implement in our code itself. So as of now, we have been using the default admin interface for manipulating these objects. So we have defined some views here. We have converted. We had seen two types of views. One is function-based views, and one is class-based views. So class-based views give us the advantage of not repeating code. So we can inherit from previous defined classes and reuse that code instead of doing everything in the same function. We can define different levels of objects or classes, and we can inherit from those parent classes and use their functionality without repeating the code ourselves. Then we had seen the authorized views. That is mixing in function-based views, we call it as decorators, and in class-based views, we call it as mixins. So for login, we have used decorators, and for class-based views, we have used the mixin. Then we had added the admin interface for this list display. We are using title. That's all we had. Now we'll go through templates. We have last thing we did was we created two views, list view and detail view. The templates we used list for loop for listing all the nodes, and then detail view we have used like this. Right. We have defined class-based views also. Let's go to views, see if we have new. Now let's convert our nodes views also into class-based views. And in here we have used template view. There are some generic views that will help us implement list views and detail views without having to repeat a lot of code. So let's use those in our nodes views. There is something called list view in generics. So I will import list view here. And for list views, for listing the nodes, I can use this list view. So let's convert this list into a class-based view. I'll just define it as nodes list view that inherits from generic list view. So if I'm putting as path, it means like do nothing. It's just a placeholder. So in list-based views, we can define which is the model that we are trying to list. Model equals nodes model. So what it does is based on the nodes definitions, what all columns has been defined, it will automatically figure out what columns to display. And let's see this template nodes list view. template, we are using nodes as the object that we want to iterate. So this nodes needs to be defined here. Context object name. So every time this view renders a template, it will pass a context object with this view uses, this template uses. The context object here is this. The name of the context object we need to define here. Context object nodes. What this by default does is it will query the nodes model and it does actually, this is what it does. So this entire thing, what list view generic view has is it will list all the model objects of this type, whatever we define as here as a model object. It will list all the objects and puts it under name nodes and pass it on to the template. So nodes list is the default view that it uses. As I've defined the list view as nodes list, it will automatically figure out this is the template. We can also specify the template also if we have the name as different from this definition of nodes list. We'll go into how to define the template name and stuff. We'll just comment out this and just go and change the URLs to use this nodes list view. Here, list view, we are doing it as this, but I need to use it as nodes list view dot as view. Let's run this server and see if things are working fine. Run server. Let's go to nodes. And this is exactly working fine. Let's just name this different. Let's go see example list. Let's see if this works. I've just changed the list view from nodes list view to nodes example list view. So if I name it as nodes list view, it will automatically determine if it is this template. I'm just changing the name of the template class so that we will break something. Let's go re-render the application. See if this works. It is working. Somehow it is working. Okay. If I want to custom name a custom template, if I want to use, let's go change that code. Let's just say I want to use, I'll just duplicate this, just use custom list. And I want to use this template instead of this. Let's say I'll change this text to this is custom nodes template. And let's go back to this URL. So I'll just change it to this. Now I will specify which template to use. So template name is the variable I need to use. Now instead of nodes list, I'm going to use custom nodes list.html. Now let's go refresh and see. We can see this. So if I want to change the template from default naming conventions, I can do that with explicitly specifying the name of the template in the class list-based views or class-based view. So if I don't use this, it will by default use nodes list because this is a nodes object and we are inheriting from list view object. So these are the conventions in Django, but we can always override the conventions. And that is about list view as a class-based view. Then now we will also change the detail view. So there is something called detail view in the generics, Django views generics. I don't think we are using template view in this file anymore. So I'll just remove this import and I'll import detail view. So I'll define one more class called nodes detail view that inherits from generic detail view. Just what we need to find out here is, and similar to what list view we did, similar to that, we will have to specify model as nodes. So this is common for all the class-based views. Which model are we trying to manipulate? Which is the thing that we are retrieving from DB. And also we need context object name. Similar to this, we are using in this nodes detail template, we are using the context object as node. Let's go change that context object. Node. Now this view automatically accepts one parameter called pk, so which we have used here in detail view. Instead of the class function-based view, I'm going to use detail view. So by default, this also does search for nodes underscore detail.html, which is details.html. This is what we are going to use. So I'm changing the URL to use the class-based view instead of the function-based view. I'll just comment out this. So by default, the logic that we are handling here does not exist. 404 is by default handled by this detail view template. So we'll just verify that also now. Let's go refresh the page. We'll go to browser. Let's go to nodes. Details. Template does not exist on nodes details. So it's actually searching for nodes underscore detail. So we can either change the template name or we can specify the explicit template URL. So we'll change the template name like this. We'll change this here to use nodes/nodes detail.html. We can either change this or we can. It's searching for nodes underscore detail. We have used the plural, so I'm going to use this as a template. Let's go back to our browser. Refresh. Now it shows the details. So now let's go. We have a nodes object with this details with this ID primary key. What if we don't have this let's say 12, if I access, it should not be there. It should throw a 404 error. Earlier we had implemented this in our code, but now we're going to use class-based views to get that by default. Let's go. Now it's throwing 404 not found error. So that's the advantage of using class-based views. By default, a lot of functionality is implemented within those generic views, and we don't have to repeat ourselves implementing those functionalities. So that's about class-based views. Now let's go see how to filter objects based on certain conditions. Till now, we have seen listing all objects and listing single object. And what if we have a filter that allows us to filter only specific nodes? Let's say some nodes have favorites, or like, let's say there are some certain set of likes that it has, and only the popular nodes, if I want to list, that requires a filtering logic in place. So for that, let's go implement a view called popular nodes list view. And this is also a list view. So I'm going to use list view, but the only difference here is going to be we will be filtering the nodes. Instead of getting all the nodes from the DB, we are only going to filter by certain conditions. If the nodes has likes greater than 2 or greater than 1, then only we are going to list those nodes. For that, we still need to go define what's the model that we are going to use. Nodes is the model, and context object name is same. We're going to use the same nodes list template, just that the objects nodes now will have only the filtered objects. How do I filter the objects? So if I want to go get all the objects, I can just do it with query set. So for getting the specific set of nodes, I need to use this variable. So I can do nodes dot objects dot all. It means get all the objects. So now that I don't want all the objects, I need to use filter here. Filter. And filter for what? So there is a field called likes in models. Only the nodes which have likes greater than 1 I want to list. So default value is 0. Let's go change the filter to have likes underscore greater than or equal to. This you can get this from the documentation, how to use these conditions, what conditions are available. We had already seen contains, I contains, starts with, ends with something similar. We can get a list of all the supported filters in the Django documentation. For now, greater than, less than or equal to, or greater than or equal to. These are the ones that we widely use. So likes greater than or equal to 1 is what I'm going to filter by popular nodes. So for this, I need to add a URL also. Let's go see URLs. I'm going to add one more URL, details, or I'll just say popular nodes list view as view to use. Now let's go filter by this view. I'm going to do popular. Okay, some mistake here. I need to actually use the list view, not the detail view in our URL. So you should not copy this view. Actually, you should use list view instead. Instead of list, I'm just going to use popular nodes list view. This is a list view. It doesn't accept any parameters. This is detail view. It accepts one parameter, which is the foreign key or primary key. So let's go back. Go to the browser. Let's go to nodes. List gives all the list of all the tasks or nodes, and I'm just going to use popular as the entry, but there are no nodes that have likes greater than 1. So for that, I'm going to manipulate something here. Let's go to the shell. So we'll open one more terminal, or I'll just use the current one. We'll close this. And Python manage.py shell. I'm going to get the first nodes and increment the likes by 1. So for getting the nodes, I need to go to model. I need to import Django.db import. Just one sec. Actually, we need to use this models, not DB models, from nodes.models, import nodes. This is what we need. Let's go get the first node, my node, nodes.objects, get by primary key 1. Let's list my node dot likes. Currently likes is 0. I'm going to update this likes to 1. Increment is not defined. My node, sorry. I just incremented this. I haven't saved it yet. My node dot likes, if I list, it is 1, but it's not saved to DB yet. So let's get to my node dot save. We will all again get the same node from the DB again, and now list my node dot likes. Now it is 1. So now let's go to the browser and see if this node is coming as a popular one in the view. So earlier we didn't have the likes as 1. So now if we had filtered and it was listing nothing. So now I will refresh, but I need to start the server. Let me go to the server and run it. Python manage.py. Run server I'm using. Once it is done, then I'll refresh. Now I can see this because this node has likes greater than or equal to 1. So that's how we filter entities. Now we have our filter logic working. The popular view also we have implemented. And it's time to serve some static files. Till now, we have been generating all the code and all the data from the templates and the backend server. So what if we have some set of CSS files or JavaScript files? How do I serve those JavaScript files or CSS files? So let's use static middleware. For that, we have to go into our project settings. If there is a static URL, we can see the static URL. So if it's not there, we can add it. So if we want to go through how to work with static files, you can also follow this link and learn about that. So here, what we are interested in doing is we want to specify which is the static directory that we want to use. So by default, it has a static directory, which is static. Whenever I access static in the URL, it is going to serve from the static files that we defined here. So we need to specify where those files will exist with a variable called static files there's. So this specifies a list of directories where we are going to store the static files. Static files meaning it's not dynamically generated. It's all hard coded. It's files, plain old files. It can be either CSS, JavaScript, or image files also. So I'm going to use base directory as a starting point, and I'm going to define a directory called static. So this basic base directory is going to be the base directory of my project. My project's base directory. Now I'm going to create a new directory in the my project. This is the base directory, we can say. And I'm going to create a folder static. That's what I've specified here. I'm going to use a simple style sheet here. I'll create a style sheet, style.css. And I'll just say define not list as a class, and I'll define the color as red for this. I'm going to use this class in nodes list view. So class, here we can use the class. When we are using React, we should use class name, but in this templates, we can use class itself. So I'm going to use class here, nodes list. And I'm going to include in the template, I'm going to include that CSS also. I'm going to have, so for me to load the static files in this, I'm going to use CSS inc type text slash CSS, and we need to define relationship as style sheet. This is plain old HTML. We can discuss about this HTML later. So href will have the actual URL of the static file. For this, I need to specify dynamically what's the static file. So if the Django is serving the static files from this directory, I need to have, it will automatically generate a URL for this. So for me to find that URL, I need to use some Django code like this. I need to use static and the URL for the style sheet. So which is style.css. Let's say I will just move this style.css into another folder called CSS. I'll move this style.css to this folder. In that case, I have to use CSS/style. So this same link I'm going to use even in notes list view and even in notes detail view. But we will aggregate this into one base template in a bit. So this is all repeating code, like this head, all this HTML, we are actually repeating in all the views. There is a better way to handle this and having it in one single layout file and then using only the specific view specific logic in the view templates and using the base template as a starting point. That we will look into in some time. So for me to use this static keyword, there is one thing I need to still do here. Before we start here, we should have one thing defined here. There is a function that we need to call here, load static. If I do load static, so it is, we are letting the Django template engine know that I'm using some static files in here and load those static files. So which static files to load is specified by this particular statement. So something like this has to be added everywhere. So we will aggregate this into one template and we'll use it. For demonstration, let's repeat the code. So now we'll run the server. I'll present the browser. I go refresh. Let's see if the styles are getting applied. Now it's in red. If you inspect, the class nodes li is added and the styles is coming from style.css, which is color is red. And the color is red now. So this is how we include static files. So it can be any CSS or JavaScript, or even image files can be served from static middleware. So now we have loaded, I have repeated this code, HTML code in all the views. So there is a better way. We can have a base template defined, and that will allow us to have not repeat the code. Let's go define that base template and use it everywhere. So in static, I'm going to use a templates directory. Let's go to the static folder. Inside this, I'm going to create a new folder called templates. This is kind of a layout. All this HTML overhead, we don't need to put it in all the templates. We can just define it as, inside this, I'm going to create a file called base.html. This is the base HTML that I'm going to use everywhere. Something like load static, I'm going to use in this base HTML. And I'm going to define simple HTML here. This HTML repeats and same thing here. This I'm copying so that only I'll keep this part only in this template and use everything from the base template. So this link I'll just copy and use it here. And then I will define the body. So now is the tricky part. Here I'm going to define a block called content or view specific content. This name can be anything. I'm just giving it as a content. And I'm defining end of block here. End block. And I can put any dummy text here. Let's say this is going to get replaced by view specific template. Whatever is defined in these two block content, this content will get replaced by view specific content. How do I do that? Let's go to the custom views. or nodes detail view or list view. So we are going to use this base template everywhere. This HTML, we don't have to write it every time. Let's go to the nodes list view. Or we can just do this in here. Nodes detail view. What I need to do is, let's remove all these parts. This I don't need, only this part I need. Only this part is specific to this view. Rest of the template is all about going to come from base.html. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to define a statement extends base.html. So this template is going to be an extension of base.html, and what I'm going to extend is the block content. I've defined block content in base HTML. I'm going to do the same thing here in block. I'm going to put this content inside these two blocks. What we are doing here, we are defining base template and we are putting a placeholder in this content block. And this content is getting replaced by nodes list view, nodes detail view. We are extending this base template and we are replacing the content block with this content. Let's go see how that works. I'm going to go to nodes, details, 1. Template does not exist, base.html. We haven't defined the static templates yet. So we have to specify one parameter in the static templates definition that I'm going to use now. We have let's go to nodes settings. In this, there is something called templates. So we have defined templates here. This templates configuration will search for which all templates it needs to, which all directories it needs to search for templates. We haven't defined the static templates folder here. So in this directories, by default, it will look for within the same application where we are accessing. It searches for templates / nodes. If I'm using Nodes app, it will search within this. So we have defined this static template outside of this app and inside of this static block. So that we need to specify. So here I'm going to specify the directory as base directory / static and then templates. So if you do not find the files in these local folders, this statement specifies that you need to search in the base directory and static templates folder. The setting we are doing here. I can put a comma here. Let's go see that now. Go refresh. Now it's able to find, and that block, what we specified, is got replaced by this block inside the body. If I don't put this, let's just go to our code. Nodes detail view. Similar to this, I'm going to do it for nodes list view. Remove this, extends base.html. Don't need this entirely from here to here, and this we don't need. Just for demonstration, I'm just going to comment out this portion. Let's go to the list view and see what it shows. We are just extending the base template and we are not doing any replacements here. Let's go to notes list. So this statement we have put in the template, base template, which is base.html. That it did not replace anything there because we are not extending. We extended, but we did not override the block. So just like we did here, we are extending here, and we had defined the block content, and here we haven't defined any. So for that to get replaced, I need to define it like this. Again, end of the block, end block. So this code has to go inside that block. Now, if I go to the browser and refresh, the real data comes. You can see here. List view is working. So this is how we don't repeat ourselves. We define a base template and we can extend any number of templates on top of it. There is a embedding functionality also. If there is one template that we need to use in multiple places, instead of extending, we can also include that in the code. We'll revisit that, how to do that in some time. So in the base.html, now I'm going to use some Bootstrap CSS. Bootstrap is a CSS framework which provides default functionality for styles. A framework, CSS framework it is. So I'm going to use Bootstrap now. So we can go to CDN. Let's go search in Google. Bootstrap CSS. Bootstrap. CDN. This I can use. I'm going to include the statement in the base.html for Bootstrap CSS. So there is even JavaScript. I'm going to use Bootstrap JavaScript. This is a very useful library for getting the styles. So these two only we need. Let's go back to our code. I see here I have added the CSS and then at the end of it I have added the Bootstrap. I'm going to remove the static style sheet. We don't need it anymore. Let's go define one small file in the content. In our list views, we will just define some classes. What the advantage of Bootstrap is, we can define classes and automatically the Bootstrap library will take care of the rest. In this, I'm going to use one division element. Let us say create a div here. And I'm going to define the class as margin y5. I'll teach you what Bootstrap classes and all when we are going through the UI tutorials. So I'm going to do one class called text center. These are all defining how the content should look like. Container. I'm going to use this inside here. And let's say I will add button here, check out the nodes. So to go into the detail view, I'll add a button here. For now, let's just check how this UI is looking now. Go to the list view. So these are the CSS changes we did. Because of that, we have got content. If it is container, you can see the automatic assignment of styles. It has changed a lot. Now let's go add a button to actually see this details of this particular nodes. Now we have been navigating through the links. Now I want to make it interactive. In this list view, if I click on this particular item, I need to be able to navigate into that particular node's details, node's title, and all that. For that, I'm going to create a button. Let's do that here. I'm going to create a button inside here. Href specifies what's the URL, but we will go into the URL next. But before that, let's define class as button, primary. These are all Bootstrap classes. I'll teach you what these are sometime. And go to this node. Okay. For me to use a URL, I need to know which URL I need to pass to. So this particular nodes will have a specific URL to the detail view. If you go visit the URLs that we buy. So this detail view, when I click on this button, it has to go into this particular node's detail view, specifying the node ID and all that. For that, I can have a name defined for this particular path. So let's go see this. I will define a name for this path for ease of use, and nodes dot detail. This one I'll use in the nodes detail. This name I'm going to use in the href portion of this nodes list. So here I can define one thing. I can put again the Django template language here, which specifies the URL for nodes.detail, and it also accepts one parameter, which is primary key, which is going to be node.id. Node will have 1, 2, 3 IDs, so that ID we are going to use as primary key, and this will go to whenever I click on this particular nodes, it will go to this particular detail view. Let's see if this works. So this node, go to this node. It's going to that detail view. That's about how to navigate between pages. So let's go change some styles for this also, the detail view also. In this detail view, we have only this. I'll put this under a division. Class. Font. We put all this in just one division. Let's see how this looks now. Okay, this is displaying a bordered entity. Actually, we need to also specify the center and container. Let's define a container class for this and see how this looks. If I define the container, this is having this. I'm just going to change one more parameter. I'll show you what I did next. Refresh. I've increased the margin Y as 5. So what I did, I'll show you. So I've added a container class to this, which adds a padding to the borders. And MY5 means margin y direction is vertical and X direction is horizontal. Margin Y means give a gap of 5 pixels top and bottom. So that's what I added. Border round. So border with the border, and round means it is the borders are rounded. Okay. The next thing is we'll create a new home view of this application. Let's go. We have seen how to extend the base template, and now we are going to see how to include an external another template inside one template. Let's go to the home view here. We have templates, welcome page. While we are here, let's go add a new button here that says href. I'm going to send it to the notes list. As soon as I launch the application, I have to go to this page, notes list. I haven't defined this notes list yet. I need to name this list. I'll go to notes and go to URLs. I'm giving a name to this list view. URL name as notes list. I'm going to use this notes list inside the welcome page. When I click on this anchor element, which is a link, so I'm going to make it look like a button primary. These are all the styles. We'll define how to check out the notes. So this is going to go into this particular link. Let's go see the welcome page. But before that, I have to change one thing. Now, as soon as I launch the application, it's not going anywhere. So I want this to go to welcome page. So in the URLs, right now I have defined home as the home view. So by default, I want it to go to home view. So if I am specifying no other path, Let's just remove this. And now what it does is, as soon as I go to this particular URL 8000, it goes to the home view. Let's go and do that. Check that out. Let's go to the /8000 part. Homepage is getting loaded. Check out the notes. And we go to the list view, and if I click on this, it goes to the detail view. Okay, that's about for today. We'll revisit that the next steps tomorrow. We'll even extend beyond just plain old CSS. We will also have React integration done into Django and build single page web applications also. So I'll show you how to include one template in another template tomorrow, and then we'll go forward with that. And there is something called update views and create views. We haven't seen creation forms, form builders in Django. We'll look into that also in tomorrow's class. And Django also has security features like CSRF tokens and stuff. We will visit that also tomorrow. So first thing we need to do when we go into this project is activate the virtual environment. We have my Django environment. So to go here, we need to go activate this activate.ps1. So for that, I need to do Django scripts activate. Yes. Now I've enabled the Django environment. So first thing we did was we used Django admin to create the project. Inside that, we have created home application with start app. We've added that in settings, home and notes. And we have created templates, models, and views. Initially, we had used function-based views, and we converted them into class-based views. Class-based views will be helpful when we are writing extensible code. Reusing functionality is very easy when we use class-based views. So a lot of code duplication can be avoided if we use class-based views. And after that, we have seen, if we go to settings, we have seen added a static template, base template. Here I've added a base template, and we're extending this base template in all of our views. For using static content, we need to use load static. And if we have static defined here, in our views, we have welcome. Let's just go to welcome template. Is there anywhere we have used static? Notes list. Extend base.html. This is how we extend the base functionality. So if the base has this HTML template, this block we are overriding in specific views here. And if we have used load static, we can actually use static. In other views also, if we go to this view, custom node, we are using a static style.css file. So if I have to use static files, I need to declare it as load static in the beginning. This allows Django to load static files into the templates. And this is one way to include or extend the base template. And there is another way to extend the base template also. So let's say if I have define the welcome page. In my welcome page, I would want something like extra information, some kind of copyright information or something. I can put it in a separate HTML template and include that here wherever I want it. So let's see how to do that now. So inside the welcome.html, I want extra information. But here I want to add this list of advantages. Let's say I want to add some heading H2. I'll add advantages of this application. Let's say simple. This template, I can use it anywhere, but I can extract this into a separate template and include that template in the welcome template. So let's see how to do that. Inside the home views, I'm going to add a new view called advantages .html, and I'm going to move this entire block into this block, this HTML. So I need to include this in here. To include that, I need to use a special statement called include. Include takes the path of the template file advantages.html. And if I do npm run, Python, need to go inside the project, Python manage.py run server. We'll access this. We'll go to the browser. These advantages are getting listed here. This is how we include any. Let's say I have some other copyright information. I want to include that also. Let's say home copyright HTML. I'll create this copyright HTML here somewhere. I'll just do I'm adding a copyright information right now. So I've just included a copyright.html and added this copyright HTML here. And this is what it shows. Let's see if this gets displayed. Let's refresh. And this is coming. This is how we embed one template into another template. So if there is common code, we will choose it in one common template and include that template in every other page that we want to use. Let's say in our end-to-end applications, let's say there is a navigation bar or site navigation bar. So that navigation bar, we'll put it in one template and we'll use it in every other place, every page. So this is how we do reusable components. And there is better ways in React to do that. But this is how we do it with templates and model view template architecture. And next thing is we have done basic class-based views. There is CRUD operations in database, right? Similarly, get, post, put, and delete requests in REST APIs in order to call these CRUD operations in database. Something similar we are going to implement in our model template-based views. Let's go to our code and let's create a view called nodes create view. So far we have done nodes templates. If we go to nodes, views, this has nodes list view, and this has detail view. We have read, only these two are read operations only. We haven't done any create operations. So create operations usually require, create or update operations usually require a form. So a form to fill, and then when the user submits the form, then it gets created, the entry gets created in the database. So let's use that for now. So Django generic views also allow us to have one more view called create view. We are going to inherit the view, this view, and implement our create view. I'll declare a class nodes create view that inherits from create view. Some same as above classes. Model I have to define as nodes. Which model object are we going to manipulate in this view is what this defines. Then we have to define a set of fields. So nodes, what fields we are going to allow editing or creating. So those fields need to be specified here. So it is an array of field names. So we have nodes model. If we go to nodes model, we have title and text. We are going to allow title and text only for create views. Let's say title and text. So these two things need to be shown in a form. And once the once the nodes is successfully created, we need to redirect the user to a specific page. So for that, I need to specify success URL. That URL can be /nodes list. So as soon as the node is created, it will go back to the list view to list those all nodes. And this view, I need to add it into the URLs. Let's go add that here. We already have nodes done in the URLs, the prefix that we have specified in the my project. If you go to nodes and /new, this has to go into views dot nodes create view dot as view. So when we are using class-based views, we need to convert the class into a format that is supported by this path function. So this one, I can give a name to this path. Say I'll just name it as nodes.me, or I can say nodes.create. New is enough for now. So next thing is see what this displays. Let's go to the UI browser and see if this displays anything. If not, we'll take corrective actions. Nodes, list view is already there, and new is what I am trying to access. So it is expecting a path with name nodes form.html. This template it is searching for. So we need to create this template and add the form there. So we will go to the code. Inside nodes, templates nodes, I'll create one more template called nodes form.html. And this place, we will add the form. So we will just extend the base template. Extends. paste.html, and inside the content, I'm going to use block content. I'm going to close the content and block. I'm going to add the form here. So let's go add a form. And we also need a button, submit button. Submit. Type submit. We will visit HTML later. Let's say I'll just use it as a submit text. And upon submitting this button, what has to happen has to be defined in the action attribute. So action attribute will have the URL to which the request has to go. So for that, I need to define the URL notes.name. If we see the URLs here, the name of the URL is notes.name for this specific view. And one more thing we need to specify here is the method. So by default, create methods will require post. In forms, we need to specify the action. Action specifies which URL the data that we fill in here will go into, and the method will be defined as post. It will do a post request to the URL that we specify here. Now, one more thing we need to do here is we need to show a form. Actually, the text and title and text fields we need to show. For showing that, we can just use form. It's as simple as this. And there is one more catch here. There is a security feature in Django. If we go see the UI and load this, we will know what problems it will come. If you go inspect here, we can see the title and text here. If we go to the network tab and say some notes, example notes, and submit, and it is showing a CSRF verification error. This is actually trying to send a post request, but it is failing because of forbidden error. This is a security feature in Django. So every form that we submit has to have a unique token. The Django server will send a unique token to the form. So that token has to be passed along with the form data in order for this request to succeed. So this is a security feature. So if there is a middleman who is attacking your payload when you are sending it, if somebody intercepts your request and tries to resubmit, those guys will not have the CSRF token, which is the unique token that is passed by the server to the dedicated client. So that time it will throw a forbidden error. So this is for security reasons. So every time we add a form to Django, we need to use this CSRF token inside the form. Let's copy this. And let's go to the code. Inside here, we need to add CSRF token also. This form will display the text fields, all the information that we need for the model to get created. And this will populate the CSRF token. Let's go reload the page and see what happens. Running a GET request. If I inspect here, we can see this. There is a field called input hidden field. There is a title field, which is of length 200, and there is a hidden field, so which is not displayed here. This is the CSRF token that the server gave us. Along with the post information, this also has to go. CSRF middleware token. So if I go to the network tab and then submit something, some text here, text. Then if I submit, we can see the new request. Post request has gone, and the payload, if we see, it has sent three things: title, text, as well as the CSRF middleware token. All these information has to be passed to the server. And now it has created and it is listing here. So this is how we do create requests. This is how we create new nodes. The next thing then we have to do is create views is done. Then we need to add validation to this code. Let's say if somebody inputs some random HTML into the text or some injection, SQL injection errors and SQL injection code. If somebody is trying to hack the system, we need to avoid that. And also we need to validate if somebody is submitting invalid data. So something like text is empty or title is empty. So we should avoid creating empty nodes. So that kind of validations we will add now to the code. Let's go here. And in the forms, we will create a new form instead of having this thing. We will create a new form. So for validating these fields, let's go create a new form.py. So forms.py. All the forms with validations we are going to add. So right now we have done everything in the template itself, but we are going to use a specific customized form that is written in Python in this form.html. Let me go import Django. This is a custom form that we are building using the validation functionality of Django. Import from Django. Import forms. I'm going to create a new, okay, I'll import model also. Import nodes. I'm going to create a class called nodes form that inherits from forms dot model form. Now I'm going to declare a meta function, meta class here. This has overriding properties for the model form. So this is all standard template. So once we learn this, then we can dig into Django's code, how this is implemented. So model form treats the meta class. Inside the meta class, we can override certain fields. So I'm declaring model as nodes here and fields, something similar to the way we declared here in the views, nodes create view. Something similar we are going to use in the meta class of forms. So basically when we don't use nodes form or overriding forms, what Django is doing is from this nodes create view itself, it's finding this and preparing this form element on its own. So now we are trying to add validation on top of existing form. So we are trying to override the form generation logic by Django itself. So in the fields, I want to display title and text. This is similar to what we have here in the views. And now we have this. Let's go to the views. So instead of using default form, we are going to override that in the create view. I'm going to use form class as this forms.py notes form. Notes form. So this is not imported yet. So let's import that. From dot forms import notes form. So we are explicitly mentioning to the Django framework that we want to use this form to generate forms. Don't use the default form generator, use this form generator. And if we go here, we have overridden some fields. And this does exactly what we have seen earlier. So now the real part of validation comes. After declaring this meta, we have to declare a function for validating the forms. So by default, any field that we specify here, after submission, it will come to a function called clean underscore and whatever field name it has. So if I declare clean title as a function, this comes to this function. For validation, this function gets called every time we submit some form. The field value, and before that, the prefix should be clean underscore and whatever field name we are trying to submit. So let's filter this. Let's define a title and self dot cleaned data of title. Clean data will have, after submission, clean data will have all the data that we submitted in the form. And in that, this is a dictionary. Clean data is a dictionary. In that, we need to use title element. If it is there, if it's not there, then we should not allow them to create the nodes. Let's say I will add a validation to verify if Django text is there in the title or not. If Django not in title, let's say I will throw an error. So if all the text that we add should have a title having Django word in it. Is validation error. We only accept thoughts about Django. And this validation error has to be imported from forms. Let me search for the package where it is found. I can go to the documentation. Let's go Django validate error. I'm going to import that here. So Django core exceptions. We can't remember all the package paths. That's why we can refer to the documentation. So if Django text is not there, I'm going to throw this error. If not, if everything is fine, if it is there in the title, we'll just return the title. Return title. So this is a validation function that gets called for every single field that we specify here. So if we have title defined, it will call clean underscore title. If we have text, similarly, it will call clean underscore text. So similar to title, we can add one more validation function for plain text. So now I'm not going to validate anything here. I'll just use text as self.cleaned data of text. I'm not doing any validation here. Just return. If we don't override this, by default, it's not needed. If we have it, it will get called. So let's run this server. Go to UI and let's go create a new nodes. Form class is not permitted. I think we have to declare it inside the meta class. Let's go back and check that out. Here, nodes form class, we have to declare in views. Form class, we have declared. Nodes form, did we import? We did. Forms not py. Let's figure out what's happening here. Is this correct view? We are using nodes create view. Form class, nodes form. Oh, okay, yeah. So if we see the error, let's go to the UI. We have done one small mistake here. This error actually says specifying both fields and form class is not permitted. So what we did in our code previously we hadn't overridden the form class. We had already declared this model and fields. So these two are not required when we are specifying form class. So because we already declared this model and fields and nodes form in meta, we should not give it here. That is what the error is saying. Specifying both fields and form class is not allowed. Let's comment out these two lines. And then let's go back to the UI. Refresh. The template names. The template name. We need to specify template name also in the view. I'll use my code. I'll just present my code. We need to add template also here. Form class be specified and template name also be specified. Template slash. So when we go to nodes form, if you see this form here, this form element is going to be populated from the nodes form. And we are specifying in the view the template name also. Let's go to the UI. Now it's working. So let's validate if this submission works without Django text in it. Dummy text. Dummy text. Let's go. Yeah, submit. And it shows that we only accept nodes about Django. So if we go to this, response is still 200. But the error is showing us we only accept nodes about Django. We still have to add one more validation to throw 500 or some other error codes to the UI. But it did not succeed. So it is throwing this error. So let's go display this error in the proper place. Similarly, if I don't use dummy, let's say I will add Django in it and submit, we'll see if this works. It worked. This got created and redirected to the list view. So now the error we were getting was on the first line. Let's go create a new entry, sample note. So the errors are displaying here. We want this error to be displayed in the corresponding title element. We'll move that code here. We'll do some kind of CSS manipulations, and then we'll move the error according to which field is having the problem. So if I go to the code, let me go create a new style.css. If I go to static files, CSS style.css, we'll just add one thing called error list. If I inspect the errors in the UI, let's go to debug. If I inspect this element and see what's the element class name is. If we can see that this is a unordered list with a class called error list. So this error class is what I'm going to use to not display this error. I'm going to move this error to this corresponding element. Instead of showing all the errors on top, I'm going to show it against this particular field. Let's go to the code and add the class dot error list. Display as none. Display none means don't show it in the UI, in the browser. So I'm going to display it in a separate place in the nodes form itself. If I go here, if there is an error, we can put it at. So after this, I'm going to do okay. Here, I'm going to access the error list. If form dot errors, this is how we access the errors if there is any. And if so, all the errors will have a corresponding element name within it. So let's go form dot errors dot. This will have, if there is a title in it, title error, title validation error will come under title object. Text validation error will come under text object. If I go to the views model, this model has text and title. So errors that the validation errors that corresponds to title will come under title. If I go to notes form, it will come under title. So that error I'm going to display here as text. This is a function we can access for getting the errors of title field. some similar to title. If we have an error for text, we can use it with text. Okay. Now let's show that on the UI. So now we're going to show it at the bottom rather than at the top. Let's go submit. Okay, let's refresh this page. Sample note. It shows this also. So we haven't included the style sheet here. CSS I haven't included. That's why it's still showing up. Even though I've added the hide functionality, display none functionality, it's not showing up. Let's go add that code. So we have this style.css. We need to include this style.css. I'm commenting out this old code. This error, I need to show it. If I go to the layout, base.html, I need to include that style sheet also. So let's go include. Sure. Here I'm going to use the syntax URL. Right, it's the style.css. The path of it is in static style.css. I'm going to use a static css style.css. Relationship is style sheet. Type text.css. Then this should be enough. Let's refresh. We will go to the browser. Access this page. If we see the head section, we now have the style sheet also applied. Let's submit a sample note. Submit. We only see at the bottom. So that's about validating the form elements. And how about displaying customized form elements? This is by default decided by the Django framework to display this text area and this text item. If I want to customize this and add some styles into it, we don't have a control here in the UI because this form is getting generated by the Django itself. So we can override that functionality in Django code, Python itself. Let's do that now. I go to the meta class and where we declared the notes form. Inside the meta class, we have the ability to change the style of this text fields or text areas. For that, we have to use widgets. Widgets is a field that we need to give in order to override the text fields or text areas, or any type of form fields can be overridden with widgets. So if I specify widgets, I need to pass in what all fields I want to override. So title field I want to override with the text field that I'm going to use from forms dot text input. Text input is a limited length text field. So text area is another type of form element which has bigger width and height. and there is no limit to the number of characters you can add. So for this, I want to add attributes. Some classes I will put, some bootstrap classes I will add. So I will add it as form control and y margin y direction y5. So this is all bootstrap classes. I will go into bootstrap when we are talking about UI implementation. So I will override text field also to use fonts dot text area. Text area is, I will use attributes. This actually should be a dictionary. So attributes class as a dictionary. I should use. Class. Same thing, form control. Margin y5. So in the vertical direction, give spacing of 5 pixels is what this means. And for the text of the title, I want to show, instead of title, I want to give an override for the text label also. So let's go labels. For labels, I can specify which field I want to rename. So if I go here, let's see, instead of text as the label, I want to display something like a descriptive text of what you need to specify. Write your thoughts here. So for title, we will get still title. For text field, we'll get the label as this. Okay. Anything missing here? Set object is not subscriptable. Let's close, stop the server and refresh, restart. Text area. That's not text area. Which one text area? I think we done something wrong here. Text area is the one we should use. Okay, now it works. Text area we should use. Small a. Okay, let's go to the browser. Let's refresh this page. Now its CSS classes have been applied, bootstrap classes, and this is now looking better. If we see here, it has the classes, maximum 200. And this is good, looking good. Getting the error, and if we change the text to Django, submit, it's good. And if we see the notes new, the label for this has been changed from text to write your thoughts here. But title, it's still title because we haven't overridden this property of the label. This property is label. So that's good. The next thing could be update view. So now we have done create view. We need to see how to update an existing nodes element. Let's go over what happened in the previous classes, and then we will continue from where we left. So initially we created the project. Before activating the project, we had created a virtual environment with my Django as the name. So this virtual environment can be activated with activate.ps1. Let's go activate that. My Django project. Env scripts activate.ps1. So now I have this enabled. So I've installed Django and used Django admin to create this project and add new applications. This project I've created, and we have created an app called Home and one more app called Notes. And we have created models, templates. We have welcome template and authorized template, which is accessible only for the logged in user. For simulating the login, we have used Django admin itself, admin interface. And we have converted from class-based views, the function-based views into class-based views. So in function-based views, we use decorators like this, and in class-based views, we use mixins that are there by default from Django. And then we have gone to Notes application, and we have created a list view and detail view with the class-based templates, generic templates. And then we have created a popular notes view also. Whenever we add a new view, we also add that path and the URLs like this. And when I'm using class-based views, I will have to use as view function to convert that into the format that this function accepts. If it is a function-based view, you can just use the function name directly, views dot whatever function name that you want to render. So in the templates, we have seen notes list view and detail view. And we have created a welcome view here. Yeah. The next thing is to add static style sheets to our HTML. Let's go do that. So right now we haven't included any CSS in these pages. So we need to add CSS. For that, let's go to templates. So I want to add a new CSS file and include this here. So within the project, I'll go create a templates directory, static directory. Inside that, I will create a CSS directory and I'll create a new file called style.css. And this file, I'm going to just give a sample CSS rule, color red I will use. So this static file I need to include in this template, or it's in the notes list view. Probably we'll try to use it in the notes application instead of the welcome application. So in this template notes list view, I want to display this note as red. The style sheet I need to include in this. For doing that, let's do the modifications to some of the settings. So whenever I want to include a static file, so I need to first configure Django to look for where it should look for the static files. For that I need to go to settings, and if you search for static, there is something called static URL. So whenever I access static endpoint, it serves data or files from the static endpoint. So if you go to this URL, you can find about how to configure static files and serving static files from the Django project. So here we need to specify which directory this static files need to be served. For that, I need to configure one environment called static files. There's static files. directories. So Django, if this is there, it will look for this locations in this array. So for this, I'm going to use base directory. Base directory specifies the base directory of the project, which is my example project. And on that, I have static. So in this directory, all static files I'm going to store. So even this has style sheets or under static directory. So this is all we need to configure for Django to find these static files. Next thing, we need to go into the template where we want the styles.css included. Let's go here and create a static import. So for us to load static files, we need to also declare something on top of the template. So this one should be load static. This notifies Django that this particular template uses static files in it. So to parse for static files and get those static files included in this template, we need to declare load static here. So here I'm going to use the link for the static file, relational style sheet, and source needs to be, sorry, href, needs to be the static file location. How do I know the static file location is like this? Static, and we should specify the path of the file, CSS, style.css. So we have configured in the settings till this path, static path. So CSS and style.css has to be mentioned here. So this automatically defines the static URL. When we load, it will dynamic URL, it will generate and include it in here. This is how we use static files inside a template. So in this place, I'm going to add a new class called nodes li. This one will become red because I've defined the color as red. So let's go to my project. Python manage.py run server. Let's go to this URL. Send to application. Now I'll go to nodes. Now it's showing as red. If you inspect and see the HTML, we can see the head has static CSS styles.css. Okay. Next thing we are going to look at is extending this template so that we can reuse code. Say now every template has this HTML head, all this details in it. So what if I want to extract all this into one single file and only specify this particular portion, which is going to change for every single view. So all the common functionality I'm going to put into one simple base HTML file under static directory. So let's go to static. I'll create a new folder called templates. Folder templates. And I'm going to create a new file called base.html. This nodes list, I'm going to use this entire portion from here to here. Copy that. And from here to here. I'll copy that and add it here. In this portion, I'm going to declare a block called block content. This block will specify the override mechanism. So this content will get replaced by the view specific code. So this base template, I'm going to use it inside this nodes list view and node details view, all that. So in order to extend this, we need to use a keyword called extends in the nodes list view. I'm going to declare it as extends base.html. And after that, I'm going to declare the block content, and I'm going to put this code inside this block and block. So what I specified here, this block content, this content name is just a name. You can use anything here. You can say like my content or something else. Whatever name we give here has to be used when we are replacing that code block here. So if I'm declaring this block as content here, this gets replaced. This code will get replaced by this particular code. So now let's go to, so before we go to the UI, we need to configure one thing. So we have specified base.html, but we haven't specified the Django server where to find the base templates. So this usually, it will fail if we do it now. If we access the UI, this base.html will not be found because Django doesn't know where to find this base.html. So for that, there is one configuration setting we need to do. Settings.py, and inside the templates, there is something called templates. Here we can specify what all directories to look for templates. So I'm going to use the base directory /static/templates as one of the directories to look for base templates. So now let's go start the server and access this nodes list view. If I go to this browser, let's go to the browser. If I refresh, it does the same thing, except that the code now is using extended template. So now we will just change the detail view also to use the base template. Let's go copy this extends base.html. I will just write it one more time. Go to node details view. I'll just replace this particular block. This one also. I want to declare extends base.html. I'm going to define the block here. Block content. And after this text, I'm going to use any block. And now let's go back to the details view and see things. Details. And this is getting displayed the same thing. If you see the head, the static file is already there because we use the base template. And the static file has been included in the base template. We'll go back to the code. So here we are replacing the specific block with the block content. So now I will add some CSS library to this, which is called Bootstrap CSS. If I go to the browser and check for Bootstrap, include URL, I'll just go to the browser and search for Bootstrap, include via CDN. So you can have this link included in the code. I'm going to copy this entire content and go back to my code. Here in the base template, I'm going to use that HTML. So this link I'm going to use to copy this link. I'll use it after style.css like this. This is for including Bootstrap CSS, and this is for Bootstrap JavaScript. We don't need these things anymore. And inside the body, at the end of the block, I'm going to include the script. So this is JavaScript. So default functionalities and CSS roles come along with Bootstrap. So those things we can use just by declaring the classes. We can use the Bootstrap functionality. So let's add some sample Bootstrap code here. If I go to my base, this is my base template. And if I go to nodes list, let's go add one text here. For this, I will add a division element. I'm going to wrap this up in the div element. And div element, I'm going to give a class name, which contains margin y 5 pixels, y direction, view 5 pixels as margin, and text center, which will center the text, and container will add border to the container. And this is all Bootstrap classes. We'll go in depth into Bootstrap, how to use these library, and when we are discussing about the UI implementation. Let's go to the browser and check how this looks now. Notes. So before this list view, let's go here, and the text is now centered. And we are good. Let's go back to the base. I just want to do small modification to URLs here. This URL, I'm putting it as list. Let's say if you see the base URLs, if I access nodes, by default, it makes sense to go to the list view. Or we can say in the home view, in the home URLs, we can, just like we did here, we can use the same kind of logic in the nodes URLs to directly go to the list view if there is nothing specified. We'll leave it for now. We'll change that some other time. Let's go add some button in the welcome page. In our welcome page, let's go to this place and add something here. So I can actually use the base template itself even here. Let's go do that now. Extends base.html, but only this entire thing. Block content. Replace this with and block. And here I will add a button, a link to the URL. If you go to this URLs.py, we can also give some names to these URLs. Now we have path list, right? We can actually give a name to this path at the end. So name equals nodes.list. So I'm going to name all these paths, and this will be useful when we are using the names instead of paths. I'm going to name this as nodes.popular, this as nodes.detail. So this nodes.list view is what I want this link to have. So inside the href, I'm going to use URL as nodes.list. This will populate the link dynamically based on our chosen name of the link. So we get populated. So inside the class, I will just use button and button primary. These are all Bootstrap classes. So check out some notes. This is actually going to create a button, a link that looks like a button. Let's go see that in action. If I go to home page, there is a button now that goes to nodes list view. Good. Now we have the names defined and we have styles defined. And similarly, when I click on this particular link, I would want this to go into the detail view of the page of this particular element or nodes. So for that, I will go to nodes detail view, nodes list view, and then change the links there. Let's go there. Nodes list. So when I'm rendering this, I will make this list item as a link instead of just a plain text item. I'm going to use some Bootstrap CSS to make this look better. So this one I'll just use as class margin y 5 pixels, y direction give 5 pixels gap, and this one I'm going to convert into a division element instead of an ordered list. I'll use division and class something like a row. I'm going to display all these items as columns, all these list items nodes as columns inside one row. So let's do that. So columns 3, so it will wrap around. If there is more than 3 elements, it will wrap. So row calls 3 means in one row display 3 of the node items. Let's iterate through each of these items. Then we'll create a division element again here to display it as a box instead of a list item. I'll use class as call, which means column, and if one more division, and then inside that I'm going to put it as a link here. This entire thing will become a link. So this link will point to should be pointing to the detail view URL. So in the detail view, if we go to the URLs, the detail view has been given the name nodes.detail. Let's go to the notes list. URL, I'm going to use node.detail, and this also requires one more parameter called PK. PK should be node.id. So this node.id. So we'll just give some, specify the text also. We'll display the text also here. So node.text. Close here. So this one we don't need anymore. We'll give some classes to this for styling purpose. So I'll use text art, text decoration none, so that we don't need an underline. If it is a link, by default it underlines the text. Decoration, if I declare as decoration none, it won't decorate it. And here we'll need to do some border. Probably we'll give a padding of 3. We will display a border around this area. We'll look into this, how this looks. Let's go to the UI. Let's refresh. Now it's showing this 2 item that's showing. This is the details. This is the description, which is text, and this is the title. Something is missing here. We should use it inside a proper division. We should use this text also here. As this is coming out of the box, we should put it inside the box. I'll show you what I did. So what I did is just moved this statement. It was earlier on out of this place. It was here. Just moved it from here to inside here. Let's go back and see the UI. Refresh. It's all coming in one single box. We can do some more optimizations here. Division, we have column, and inside that we have one division which has border, then a let's leave it at that. I think we can put it under a P paragraph element. And let's see the UI. All right. This looks good. So next thing we will do is we'll do the same thing with the detail view also. We have this list view, and we will go with changing the detail view also to have some styling. Let's go to details view, notes details. I will add some CSS rules here. I'll put this entire thing under a division. Put it entirely under one division. For this division, I'm going to use a class with border. I'll use rounded borders. H1 I'll use some padding or margin, and Y5, which gives a vertical padding of 5 pixels, margin of 5 pixels. And that's it. Just go back to the UI detail view and see if the links are working fine. So now this is a list view, refresh, and this acts as a link. When I go click on this link, it goes to the detail view. It shows the detail view. Now we don't have a back button. We can implement that as well. And for now, that's enough. We'll just go back to the code and see some more optimizations in the templates. So now we have extended base template, and what if we have a common functionality that is not part of the all the pages, but part of specific set of pages. So for that, we need to include one template into another template. So let's go create a partial template here in the welcome page. Let's say I want to display a list of advantages of my application. I will add a division here. H1 advantages of my app. I'll just list the advantages. This particular block I will extract into a separate template. Just use it as advantages.html and put it all over here and use this template in here instead of this entire block. For doing that, I need to use one special statement, include, and the template name we should give notes/welcome. Oh, sorry, it should be home/welcome.html because it's in the home application. Sorry, it should be advantages. Sorry, not welcome, advantages. We have used the advantages template. Inside welcome template, we are using advantages template. Let's go see this in action. Let's go to the home page. And we don't have a slash path that exists. Home advantages.html does not exist. Where did we do from? Okay, I missed a spelling. It should be singular. It is singular. I've used advantages.html here, whereas my template name is advantage.html. I'll just rename this to advantages. And let's go back to the browser. Refresh. Here we go. So advantages of my app, I'm listing. And when I click on check some nodes, it goes to the list view. If I click on one particular node, it goes to the detail view. So we have built simple application. Yes. Next thing is to be able to create this. Right now we are only listing existing objects, and we don't have any way to create these nodes objects in the database. Apart from using Django shell, we haven't done any forms or anything. So now we will build a UI and templates for creating these forms, creating these nodes. So for that, we would have to use views. So inside the views, we will have to use a create view. So Django Generics has a template called create view. We'll extract this, we'll extend from this create view for that, creating new nodes, class nodes create view. that extends from create view. And here we need to declare the model, which is the model that we are going to create. And what else? Fields also we need to specify. So fields should be, the nodes object has so many fields. If we go here, title, text, created, likes, we will only allow users to view title and text, and rest of it will be implemented in a separate view. So title and text I'm going to allow in the views. Fields should be title and text. And let's use this view in the URLs. Define a create URL called path new. Whenever I go to node/new, it's going to show this view as view. And I'm going to give the name to it as nodes.new. This one I haven't imported. Views.nodes detail view create view as view. It's not showing up here. Views nodes create view. Let's go to views. Nodes create view. What's wrong with this? I go to URLs. I think I missed a comma here. Come. Here we go. So now we have a create view, but we are lacking a template called nodes form. So let's go try to access it and see in action what we are missing. So if I go to nodes/new, the view that we just now created will render, and it's expecting a template called nodes form.html. So let's go create that nodes form.html. In the nodes templates, I'm going to create a view template called nodes form.html. And here I'm going to use a pre-built functionality of Node.js. So before that, I'll just need to extend the template I have, extend the base.html to include all the HTML head and styles, everything. And I'm going to override the block content and this to end block also. Within these two statements, I will create a form. And I'll just use something called form. Let's see how this works. Let's go to the UI. Now I have a form. Let's refresh. If it register and notice extends. Okay, I think I did a spell error. Let's go back to the code. Extends is what I should use here. Good. Let's go back to the browser and reload this page. Okay, now we have title and text declared, and it's by default generated by the Django framework. If I include the form element inside this block, if I use just the form, it will automatically populate this form. So based on the fields that we gave in title and text here, same two fields are generated. So based on the type of this field, it automatically figures out what type of input field should be shown in the web browser. So there is still something we should still do. So upon submitting this form, what I should do also has to be specified. And let's add a submit button also before doing specifying the action. I'll just add a button. type as submit. And let's do submit here. I'll add some styling here. Class button primary margin by 5. So here, submit action, whenever I submit the button, submit the form, it has to happen. It has to send a post request to the backend. So what's the action required? We should specify it here. So which URL I have to pass in is specified here. It should be the name of the notes.me. So this particular URL, I need to do a post request. This notes.new is the name. I'm going to use this in the form. Notes.new. And I need to also specify which method I should use to submit, which is the post method. We have seen in the REST APIs that there are different type of requests: post, get post, put, delete, all this. So we have to use post method here. And this is first step. So we'll go see the UI and submit a new form and see what happens. Let's refresh. We have a submit button, but let's go to network tab and clear everything. And I'm going to add some simple note as simple. Here. This is the text of simple note. Let's submit and see what happens. And it is showing as forbidden error. So it's erroring out. So there is post we did, and it is showing the 403 forbidden error. So if you read through this, there is a security feature in Django that doesn't allow without a token, the submissions without a token. So this is to avoid middleman attacks when we are submitting information to the server. If there is somebody intercepting that request and sending a modified request to the server, your data will be corrupted or your data will be stolen. So for avoiding that, by default, Django gives a functionality called cross-site request forgery token. CSRF means cross-site request forgery. So this one we need to include in every form that we use in Django. So this is a great feature when it comes to security. Let's go to our code. So in the form, I'm going to use that CSRF token. When we are submitting this form, it now sends CSRF token also as part of the post request. If I go back to the browser and inspect the existing post request body, to go to the payload of this, you can see only these two, title and text, are being passed. CSRF token is not being passed. Now I've added the CSRF token in the code. Let's refresh this page and submit a simple here. Let's go submit. Okay, we haven't specified a redirect URL. We need to also specify that. Success URL also we need to specify. Let's go back to the code. Here we have defined for this particular view, we have defined the model and fields. Upon success, what has to happen, we haven't defined. So we need to add that also. Success URL. So after successfully creating the node, where do I go next? Is to nodes/list. Let's go back to the browser and resubmit one more request. Go to new, another simple out, another example. When we go submit, it has created and then redirected to list view. And if you inspect the new request that went, it is a post request. And we have payload CSRF middleware token. And if you go to new, it is also including the CSRF token in the form. So all this data will go along with this information. It will go along with this. There is a CSRF token that is sent to the server. So this is a great feature in Django. This is very useful in security. So this is list view. We have redirected to list view once the node is created. And then comes the create view is done. Now we have updates also. There is some things we can do with updates also. But before going to updates, what if I want to customize the fields? Let's say this is text field I'm showing in the title and text. They are text field and text area. What if I want to add some CSS attributes to it? So in order to achieve that, we need to create a custom form renderer. Let's go create new form. So to customize this, let's go create a new file called forms.py and import from Django, import forms. I'm going to customize this form that is rendered in the UI. So I'll import from models, import nodes. I'm going to declare a class called nodes form that inherits from forms.model form. And I'm going to declare a meta class here. So meta class specifies what are the extra parameters or fields that need to be added in this form. So let's go define the model as nodes. Whatever we have specified here, fields and model has to go into this meta class. So I can remove this from here and comment out from here. But we'll comment out later. This fields also we will copy and use it in this. And what next? Let's go back to the views and specify the form class as nodes form. So this one I need to import from forms, from dot forms import nodes form. This I have specified, and we no longer need this model and fields because we have declared these two fields inside the nodes forms meta section. So let's go back to this views and comment on these two things. We are almost set, and there is success URL. It's by default nodes list. It should go there, and that's it. Let's go to browser and see if any difference is there. So now that we are customizing the form, so we haven't done any specific modifications. We are just changing the way who is rendering the form. New. So this should give the template name also. We need to specify template name also in the meta section. Let's go to that. View. Template name we will change in the view. There, template name. What's notes slash, sorry, the notes form HTML. Let's go revisit our browser. Refresh. Now we have this form, but this form is getting rendered by our custom extended or overridden form class. So let's say I want to add some bootstrap classes to these form rendered elements. I can do it like this. If I have here the forms, the fields have been defined. So these fields can be overridden with widgets. And before going to widgets or customizations, let's do some validations. So how do I do validations on the existing fields? If a person submits some empty strings in the fields, how do I avoid having those restrictions or validating if the data has been correctly entered in the fields or not? So for that, I need to add something here. Field title. So if it is a field, for every field, this clean underscore the field name function gets called before submitting the form to the database. Before we create the database entity, this thing gets called for every field that we specify here. So we have to define a class, define a function, clean title. That's for now just put as a placeholder. And also we will declare one more function called clean text, which accepts self. So I'll go in depth into what self is in the object-oriented programming with Python. We will have that class from Monday. So here I can get the actual content that is given to the title field. Title equals self dot clean data of title. So this data title field, whatever is filled in the browser and submitted, will be coming inside this clean data. So I will validate here if Django not in title, raise a validation error, This validation error we should still import. I'm just going to put the text here. We only accept thoughts regarding Django. And validation error has to be imported from Django.core.exceptions import validation error. You can refer to the documentation to find out where you can find these packages and validation exceptions. And if there is no exception here or no validation error, then return title. And in here also, just return text equal self.clean data of text, return text. You can instead do return here too, but let's do it in a clear way. Now let's go back to the browser and submit some text that doesn't have Django in it and see if the errors are coming up. I'll go refresh some text and submit. Notes form object has no attribute clean data. I think it's cleaned data. We should use cleaned data, not clean data. Here, if we go here, cleaned data is what we should use. All right. Let's go back to the browser. Refresh some text. Refresh again. Some text goes here. My example text goes here. Submit. And we have one error being shown. This is the error that is raised from the backend. Okay, that's good. Now I want to display this error text not here, but against this some text or like in the bottom I want to use. So let's use that customizations to the template. See here. So in the style.css, I'm going to add one more thing. So, but before that, I need to see what's the class of this error text that I'm getting. To highlight this and not display this, I need to add a CSS rule that displays this as none. If I go here, this error list is the class for this particular entity. I'm copying this. I go back to the code. And in my style.css in static files, I'm going to add a class here, display none. This says that we should not display this particular class. And once that is done, then I'll go to the notes form and I'm going to display this error text. So I'll add a division here at the end after the form. If form.errors, then do something. And if I want to display those errors inside this form dot errors dot title as text. So if there is an error in the title field, if we go to the views, if there is an error in the title field, it will come in the titles object, title object. If the error is there in the text field or validation error is found in text field, it will come with the text object. So if the errors will have two objects here, title and text. If the error is found in title, it will be in title. If it is found in text, it will be in the text. So this one displays the errors at the bottom. Let's go to the browser and check if this works. Let's refresh and it shows at the bottom. And somehow this is not going away. And do we have the CSS rule here? Let's refresh this and submit a new data. Sample node. Submit and it comes here as well. And this one error list is there, and if we go to the CSS styles, I don't think this is getting included. Let's go back to the CSS. There is some mistake, we should correct. In the CSS style.css error list, display none. Display should be hidden, I guess. No, actually it should be none. Display none. Is it not coming into this notes form? Extends based on HTML. This has use static has not been used. It should have Out static CSS style CSS. We have it already. I think we should refresh and check. Let me check once. Okay, I didn't refresh. I think it took time to get reloaded. Let's go back to the browser and see. I refreshed. Now I'm going to submit a new note. Sample. Submit, and we don't see that top item because we have that style included. We have the style, and this element is not getting displayed, and this element is coming. This is what we needed, and we're good with that. Let's go back. And see my code. Now, let's go back to the text field and see if we can change this text areas to a better styling, and if we can add CSS styles to CSS classes to these fields, that would be good. So let's go to the form builder. We have forms, and here I want to add some extra styling to these elements. So for adding extra customizations to these fields that we have, based on the type of this field, automatically the Django framework will choose its styling, whether it is a text area or a text field. It will auto-determine, but we can override that with widgets. Let's define widgets that will specify what type of field I need to use for each of the, what type of element I need to use with each of these fields. For this, I need to use forms dot text field, text input that accepts attributes. So I'm going to give a class attribute which has some bootstrap classes, form control and margin y file. And similarly, I will use overrides for text also, text field also, forms dot text area values, attributes. I'm going to use as class, again, it's going to be form control, same thing. And if I want to override the labels that the data comes with, I can override the labels like this. So text label will come as write your levels here. Okay, let's go see if any errors are there. I think that's length. Is all good. Yeah, good. Let's restart the server. All good. So let's go to the browser and see how this is getting displayed. Let's refresh. And now the titles, the CSS rules have been applied for Bootstrap. The classes have been added. This is how we override how the Django forms are rendered. So first thing we need to do is activate our environment. We have this Django environment. So my Django environment scripts activate.ps1. If I activate this, I'm now into Django environment. Cool. Next thing, we have a project. Inside that, we have two apps, Notes and Home. Let's start the server and see where we are. We have to first cd into this project, my example project. To start the server, I need to use Python manage.py. Starts run server. This opens up this application. Let's go to this URL and see what it looks like. Nice. And if I go to nodes, it shows me all the nodes. If I go click on this, it will go to the detail view of this node. So now what I have is detail views. And create view, we have nodes. New, if I do, it will come to the create view. I can add more nodes here. One more node here. This is a description of a node. If I submit, we only accept nodes regarding Django. So any node which doesn't have Django in the title, it doesn't allow. Let's do that. Add. We had the validation added. So I'll submit. Now it's added here. So we have list view, detail view, and create view. So we don't have a way to update this particular node. So let's do that today. Update and delete also we will implement today. So in the views, let's go to the nodes application. Inside views, we have create view. We have from generics, generic views, we also have an update view template. So I'm going to inherit from this update view, create a new view class, nodes update view. And then I'm going to define model as nodes. Fields, I'm going to allow title to be edited and text to be edited. And after updating success URL, I'm going to define as /nodes and list. Same as this. And for nodes update view, I'm going to have one more template created. Template name I'm going to use as node/nodes. Edit.html. So I'm going to use same thing, form class as nodes form. And here I actually need not specify the fields and model. I can just comment out these two. This is what I need to have. Let's go to the browser. Before that, I need to add this view to the URLs. I have new view and I need to add one more view for update /int foreign key, primary key, and then I need to use views dot nodes update view dot as view. And I'm going to give a name to this view called nodes.update. So let's go to the browser. I have a nodes update /1. It should go to the update view, but we don't have a template or the definition of the form. We haven't specified the form yet in the template. Let's go back to the code. Here we are using existing form itself. I'm not going to use this form class. Let's quickly do out form has this. So when it comes to update, we are actually editing an existing item. So for whenever we are using an existing item, we need to pass in the context object. Context object name, I'm going to use it as note. In the note edit view, I'm going to create a new edit view, something similar to notes form. I'm going to copy paste this one. Name notes edit. I'm going to use it as edit form. Here I'm going to use action as note start edit or update. Let's actually update. As I've used update in this, I'm going to use that. Inside this notes edit form, I'll use this. And then I will also need a primary key for this. Note.id I need to use. The method I'm going to use post because Django doesn't allow put requests in the templates. So this one should work as it is, and submit also should work as it is. Nothing else need to change. And we have to use notes edit form inside this view. Notes edit form I need to use. Let's go see how this works in the UI. Let's go back to the note welcome page. Scout the notes, go here. I'll just make it as update or edit. What URL did I use? Update. Missing query set. Notes operator is missing query set. Define model. Okay, we haven't specified the model. Let's specify the model also. Because we are using a detail view kind of template, we have to specify the model name also. When we are creating the model, creating the node, we don't have to because it's all from the nodes form. Node form doesn't need to know any context about the object. We have defined it here. For this, we still need to specify these two. I doubt fields are required. Let's figure out. Let's go refresh this page. Form class is not permitted when we are giving fields. So this fields should not be specified. Let's go edit that. Fields I can comment out, not required. Let's go to the browser. Refresh. Now we have it. So if I go back to this, I'm going here and I am going here and changing the URL to edit. Oh, sorry, I need to put it as update. So it's showing by default, it's getting that notes object and showing these details for us. If I inspect now, go to the network tab, I'm going to edit this notes to edited. And if I submit, we only accept notes recording Django. Django. The validations are all working as it is. I have to use Django in the text. Submit. Now it's edited. This one got edited. See? So the edit is working. So one thing I want to do is I want to add a new field called edit button here. If I go to the detail view, I need to be able to edit from here. Let's go to the code, add a new button in the detail view, notes detail view. Here I'm going to add a new button, or I'll just keep it as it is and add it here. The edit button, I'm going to add it here. Href, I'm going to use URL, sorry, URL notes.edit, or sorry, update. And foreign key I need to use as primary key I need to use as not ID. And class name I'm going to use button and primary. I'm going to use edit. Is this? Let's go to the browser. Refresh this particular page, and I have an edit button. Let's go click on edit. It goes to this view. All right. On submit, it's going to send a post request and update the records and go to the list view again. All good so far. Now I have implemented the edit functionality. Now it's time to implement a delete functionality for us. Similar to edit button, I'm going to use a delete button here. Delete. I'm going to use button danger. I'm going to have a view called delete. For the same thing, I'm going to name it as delete. Notes, instead of notes update view, I'm going to use a view called notes delete view. I'm going to implement the same view in the views. If I go to views, class notes delete view, I'm going to inherit this from delete view. Delete view has to be imported from generic views. Just like update view, I need delete view also. So the same thing I'm using here. I'm going to define model as notes, and success URL I'm going to pass it as notes list. Template name, I'll just use notes delete .html, or I'll just say notes confirm delete confirmation form. I'm going to use form class. I'm going to use notes form. I think I don't need to use this notes form. And context object also we need because we are handling with single object note. So I'm going to implement this particular template in here. So I'm just going to copy this particular edit form itself, confirm delete, and whenever I'm using a form, I need to also use CSRF token, and we no longer need this form to be displayed. I just need a confirmation button here. Type submit, it should be button danger confirm button, and I need to show to the user that are you sure you want to delete this note, and what is that note we have to display. So this is note dot title. So instead of notes dot update, it should be notes dot delete, as we are using in the views URLs. Notes dot delete is what this is. Notes confirm delete form should have this. Method should be post. So ideally speaking, this method should be delete, but Django doesn't allow delete requests in the templates. Let's use post instead. So this should give us a confirmation page. Let's see that. And invalid syntax. URL, if I go here, I need a comma here. So now let's go to the browser and see if things are working. So I have a list view. Let's go here. I have a delete button. If I click on this, it's going to the update view. We actually need to go into the delete view. So that's something we should fix in the code. There we go. Go to the URLs, nothing, delete, and delete view. Something fishy here. Now it's delete view. Template name. Now it's confirm delete. I think somewhere I have fixed it. I think in the detail view, I am using notes update here. It should actually be notes delete view. So this link is going to update. We should actually use delete view. Let's go back to the browser. Go to the home page. Okay, go to the notes. Let's go to this node. Let's delete this node. Click on delete. Or if you want to delete this node, I want to confirm. If I see the browser request, this is a post request to delete endpoint, and it got deleted also. If I go click on this and delete this, confirm, it got deleted. So we have implemented delete view also now. And what else is there? Okay. We'll go over creating a new view for upvotes. Let's go to notes. We have title, text, and created. So for the liking, we don't have any view to update this likes. Let's have a view. So if you go to the views, we have already seen list view, detail view, create view, update view, and delete view. Basically, these are all the CRUD operations. Create, read, update, and delete. This is how CRUD operations are implemented in Django. So I have the virtual environment. I'll just activate that with executing this scripts / my Django env scripts and activate .ps1. So yesterday we have looked into how to create a create view in the notes application. If you go here, so we have created inherited from create view for creating a note, and we have customized our form to include a widget which has like title with the class name form control. So let's go over what we have to do now. So we have done a create form. So now we want to create an update view also. Let me go run the server go inside my project, Python manage.py, run server, and I'm going to access this. Let's go to the browser. This is nice. So if I go to the nodes, I can see the nodes. If I want to create a new node, I can do with new. And this shows the form. This form was customized by our nodes form. So this styling and all, if you inspect class, this is all we added from our custom widgets in the code. Let's go to the widgets. I'm going to add one more view for create. So till now we have, I'm going to add a widget for update. So we have done a view that creates the nodes. Let's go create another view called update view. So there is a generic view template in Django called update view. This is what we are going to use for creating an update view. So let's create a class with name nodes update view that inherits from update view. And similar to what we had earlier, we will have the same kind of parameters modeled as nodes. Fields, I want to allow editing of title as well as text. And I'm going to use same form class as nodes form for both update and create. It's going to use the same form. And template name also I will specify. Same thing, but the path will differ. If I go to URL, so instead of new, I'm going to add a new URL for edit. This actually should accept one more parameter, like just like this. I'm just going to copy this one and modify this. I'm going to use update. Nodes update. I'm going to use this name as update. So when I'm submitting the data, it will go to this update view rather than to the new view. Let's go to the nodes form. And here I have a best view. I can add a cancel button here. Before editing, I can just say a button called cancel. I'm going to use an anchor element for this. To say ref. I'm going to use the URL nodes.list for canceling this edit operation. Cancel. And when I click cancel, it has to go into the list view. So if I put this anchor element inside the form, it will act like a submit button, but I don't want that to happen. So I'm putting it outside the form element. Cancel button, and I'll just add a class there. I'm going to make this as a button secondary. This is all Bootstrap classes. We will discuss Bootstrap classes when we go into UI classes. And I will add one more button for update. and this accepts nodes ID pk equals node.id. We'll use this button as edit. So there is some error here in this file. Let's see, a comma is missing here. Okay. Go to node form. Pencil button I've added and edit button I have added. Let's see how this looks. Nodes slash update slash one. Is the path correct? This is a GET request. We actually need to do an update. So let's just go to details one. One second. We go to nodes here. Okay, we have to accept parameter also to the view, but I forgot to add the correct view into the URLs. I just copied thing. Let's go here. Here it shows nodes detail view. We should actually use nodes update view. I copied that. I forgot to change this. Okay. Let's go back to the browser. Nodes details one. I'm just going to use update one. pk not found. So this parameter has to be accepted from the view. There is something we should do here. pk from it should be the ID. Yeah, let's use instead of this. Let's just check if this works. Oops, update. Edit has been tried. Reverse per nodes update is not found. It's trying to find a URL. Okay, this is where it is. Nodes update. Let's go to. It's an error in the template, not in our URL mapping. And at this form, we have nodes.update. Is it correct? Nodes.update. That's correct. But this node is not defined. So basically, this is not correct. This should not exist here. So node is not defined here. We should actually get the node first inside this context object name. We should give in the nodes update. Let's try now. How we are able to edit. If you see, go back to the code. We're actually in the template, we were trying to get node ID. Let's do this uncomment. Let's see if this thing comes up properly. Okay, yeah, good. Let's go back to the home view. Check out the nodes. I'm going to go to this node. I'm going to add the edit and cancel buttons. Edit button here inside this. Sorry, I have to present the code. So this button I'm going to copy into the detail view, nodes detail view, and add it over here. This one is going to be no start update, node.id. This is correct. And then the URL mapping is edit. I can just change it like this. That's okay. You can keep it that way. Anything else we need to do? Very good. We can, once it is redirected, it goes here. When I submit, this form action again has to go into the update view. Let's go now to the browser. Refresh. I have edit. Let's submit and see. This again went into a new request, and this is added a new one, but we need to add it as a edit form. So for that, I'm going to do one thing. So if it is a new entry, if node exists, I'm going to call an update function rather than create function. Instead, we can actually have separate view for edit. Let's do that instead. Same form, I'm going to do copy this, rename this notes edit form. I'm going to use notes edit form in the update view. Same logic works, except that I can just remove this edit. You keep the edit, no problem. Instead of notes.new, I'm going to use notes.update. And method, I'm going to put it as put instead of post. And I'm going to change the template name. Let's see how this works. Go to this node. Edit. Notes.update. Okay, I think somewhere I've done a mistake. Yeah, thing is, we have not used the ID. So this is the problem. If you go here, we have used nodes.update and we forgot to add this primary key. Which node to update we haven't added. So that's what I'm going to use now. In the form here, I'm going to use pk as node.id. Let's refresh. And we have it. Let's go back. Check out the nodes. Go to this node. Edit. Second time. Let's clear the log and go to network tab. See what request goes. Edit request went. It was a get request. But we actually need to send a post request to it. This is a get request, and when we submit it, are we not getting one more? Okay, it's going to get request. Let's go back and change the request type to post. Method should be post. Let's try that one. Submit. No URL to redirect to. Okay. So after successfully editing, we haven't given any URL to go list the things. Just like for create, we have to also specify the success URL for the edit functionality. Let's go to the views. We have to give the success URL also here. Now let's go back to the browser. Even though it edited, it did not redirect. So here we can see that this got edited, but we didn't give the success URL. That's why it failed to redirect. So we'll go to this particular notes, edit this second time, submit, and now it's redirected to this. I need to see if this got successfully saved. So this sent a post request to this endpoint. Sometimes some REST servers will implement post as the default mechanism for edit also. So according to REST standards, post is used for create and put is used for update. So in usual servers, it's flexible that they can use post request itself for updating also, not just creating. So based on the implementation of the server, the post request can be used for updates also. So in this particular case, Django is implementing a post request for edit. That's why when we implemented a put request, it did not update the record and it was throwing an error. So now as we used post request, it's now able to edit and save. So if I go edit this also, another time, and this also got edited. So now let's implement a delete functionality. So similar to update view, we also have delete view in the standard templates. Let's go use that. Now we have seen listing, detail, create, update, and there is one more thing called delete view from Django library. I'm going to use this now. Nodes delete view that inherits from delete view, and similar to what we defined earlier, same thing we should define model as nodes. And after deleting, where do I need to send the URL redirection URL? So I'm going to use /nodes/list. I think that's all we need to do here, but we need to add this view into the URLs. For delete also, we need to add that. So I'll just add this delete URL, delete. And use the view, delete view, and name it as nodes.delete. So we also need a view for this to actually delete this record. A form should be shown for delete. So let's go to nodes. Let's create a new form. Nodes delete.html. And same thing that we use here, I'll just copy paste. Just that we don't need this form also. We just need a method as post. Let's do a confirmation here before we do that. Or if you want to delete this node. In quotes, I'll just use node.title. and I'll implement a button, and this I'll just put it as a danger button, 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 danger. It shows in red, and delete, or I'll just put delete or confirm. That's about what if you want. I'll just put a quotation, question mark here. Okay, that gives yes, Shruti. We can put delete also, but it depends on the implementation of the server. Let's try with delete first and see if this works. And one more thing we need to do, and this delete button, we should, to go into this particular view, we also need to create a button in the detail views of that particular node. Not detail view, I'm going here, just like edit, I'm going to add one more view for one more link for delete. Now start delete, and same thing works, and delete. And let's see now. URL is specified, and let's go to the view and specify the success URL. Okay. Template name, we have to see if this nodes underscore delete. By default, Django assumes a set of template names. So it starts with the model name and the view that we are inheriting from. So nodes delete view will assume nodes underscore delete. Let's see if that is working or not. Right now we are using a method as delete in the action. Let's see that. Did we correctly use the action nodes delete? Not this nodes delete. So action, it's going to be nodes delete. Did this. URL we have delete. This should work. Let's try this. Refresh, go to this node. Let's try delete. Template does not exist. It's trying to get the confirmation. This is trying to get a template like this format. So the template that we used, the Django standard template that we used for delete view is expecting to have nodes underscore confirm underscore delete. We can override that functionality if we just rename our nodes delete to nodes confirm delete. This works. Let's try now. Go back to, let's go to the list view, home view, check out the nodes, go to the detail view, and let's do delete. Reverse of nodes delete with key argument pt not found. Keyword argument and something we are missing. Nodes delete. Let's try with this option. Let's figure out. Delete pt not.id. I think this is not working because delete request method is get. I think this is the reason. Let's try with post option. In fact, it is not working with delete method. Or let's try to figure out if that is the case. This one has delete and it's trying, the UI is trying with notes/delete/ID. Let's try changing this to a post request instead of delete. I think delete, as you mentioned, is not working with Django. Let's figure out. So here, delete notes/delete/file. Wait. Here it is. The thing is, we haven't mentioned the object model name in the view. Let's go here. Context object name we forgot to add. The same error that we got for, let's change this back to delete. Go here, notes detail view, delete view, sorry. Notes delete view. If we go here, model we have defined and success URL we have defined, but we didn't define context object, and we are trying to access note.id in the template. So this note is not found in this template because we haven't defined this context object. We have to use this context object called note here so that it will fetch the actual note item and use the context object name note. And once the rendered template is shown to the user, it will get from that particular context object. Let's figure out now. Let's try to see if this works. Back, check the notes, go to delete. Okay, now it's working. If I confirm, it has to send a delete request. Confirm, it's sending get request. So it seems like it's not working. Delete is not being sent. We'll do a post request now instead of delete request. This is a trade-off. Even when we are using plain views that are implemented from Django, we have to stick to what it is giving us. If I'm using this view, delete view, this would have some predefined functionality. So this has been implemented based on the post request. So what we can do is, if we are implementing the REST APIs ourselves, we can redefine those APIs to not use post, instead use delete. The standard of REST APIs is to use delete method for delete functionality, but this is a trade-off if we are using existing implementations. So for delete view, I'm going to use post for now. So later when we go into advanced Django and implementing the REST APIs ourselves, then we will use the standard REST APIs. So let's go back to the browser. I'm now using post request for delete. Go to this note, delete, confirm. Verification failed. So every time we use a form, we also have to specify the CSRF token. So this I forgot to add. So I'm going to add that CSRF token here. This will be a hidden field. Let's go to the browser. Back to the welcome page. Check out the notes. Delete. Here, if I inspect this, inside the form, there is a hidden field. So this data also has to be passed when we are sending a post request. Let's confirm. This has sent a post request to this delete endpoint, and that last node is gone now. Let's go delete this also now. Delete, confirm, again delete, confirm. Delete functionality is also working, but the trade-off is that we are using post request always in these standard views. When we are implementing REST-based APIs in the backend in Django, we can use the standard REST APIs, REST methods. And then what's next? We can have a like view added. Let's just say we have the nodes been defined. We can have an API or a view that is used for updating the likes. Whenever somebody clicks on a like button, it can do a post request and update the likes, edit the node and add the likes there. I think that should be easy to implement, and do you think you can implement that? So just like the update view, we want some view to actually allow us to edit this likes and add new likes to that particular nodes. That thing you can implement. Or we can do here itself. Okay, so we use context object so that the view knows which object name to use. Let's say if you specify context object here, if you don't specify this object, this view will automatically assume some variable. So in the view template, we are using node as the context object. So for this view to actually get the actual node and pass it on to the node's template, I need to give a name to that variable. So what would be the variable name that I'm going to use in the template? This can be like, let's say, my example node. I can say my example node. How does this view, delete view, know that I'm using my example node as the context object? So this one I can change it back now, and instead of node, I'm going to use my example node. Now, when it finds this particular node that we are accessing with ID 1 or whichever ID that I'm accessing, it will get that object from DB, and that object name, it's going to change this to my example node while passing it on to this particular template to render. Let's try accessing this now. This particular page, now I've changed it to my example node in the delete view. So let's go to this, delete, inspect. So delete /2 it is using because this context object is being used as my example node. Let's say if I go back to the code and say I don't specify context object, or I specify it wrongly. In here, I will specify node as the context object name, and in the template, I'm using my example node. So when this view is passing this node object to this template, it will pass it as node, not as my example node. That time this fails. Let's try to access this from the browser and see what happens. Now it says this error. Reverse for nodes.delete with keyword argument pk empty. It's unable to find the primary key as we are accessing it through a variable called my example node instead of node. The context object is passed as node, not as my example node. For us to pass the same node, I have to use whatever context object name is there. That name I have to use here. If I go back to the browser now, go back to home, nodes, delete. Now it's working. So this is why we use context object name in order to communicate to the browser or template what variable name it should use, what variable name the view is passing to the template. And CSRF token is for security reasons. So when I am submitting some information to the server, it should be authorized that the submitting entity is an authorized entity. So whenever a form is rendered from the server side to the client, to the browser, it will also send a security token. That token, as part of the acknowledgement and as part of the submission, we also have to pass that token in order for the server to know that this is an authorized entity. This is who this is to whom I have sent the form. And if somebody submits without the token and tries to intercept the data and change the password or change some data in the form, then they will not have this security token as part of their form. That's where we will detect that this is not an authorized entity who is editing this particular data. CSRF token means cross-site request forgery token. So if somebody uses the same form in another domain or another website, they won't be able to submit the information to our server. That's a security feature in Django. So that's about it.